Welcome to the Board of County Commissioners, Tuesday, May 23rd work session. And we're starting with a staff presentation and community presentation on the ballot question polling data. And John's going to lead this.
All right. Thank you, Francie. And I am happy to be here with Bill Ray from WR Communications. This is a follow-up to the board's retreat. At that time, the board had a lot of conversation about the increased pressures on affordable housing and the challenges that we're having providing housing for our workforce and our broader community needs. And following up on that discussion, the board had asked that staff explore revenues that would make us a more significant player really in the affordable housing space and allow us to achieve some of the county's broader goals for workforce housing, but also supportive housing. Today, we're going to go through a timeline for polling on a potential tax question. Obviously, this year presents some challenges, so I think it's particularly important that we go out and talk to the community and get a sense of what the feasibility and appetite of a tax question is. So that the board can make an informed decision about whether and how and when to pursue one. And so with that, I will turn this over to Bill to kind of walk us through the process.
Yeah, thanks. Well, good morning, commissioners. Thanks for having me. Bill Ray with WR Communications, and I work on supporting local governments with public finance questions, helping them get community feedback through polling and other methods, through community meetings, outreach. And then I also support local governments with community engagement, messaging, policy development, the research that goes into hopefully building a ballot question for your public finance needs that best match to address your needs, that the community will support, and that really fits well with the goals of you all as your community's leadership and the needs of the community as a whole. So when I started working with your county team, one of our first goal is to do a survey of the community to find out how people receive this and what they think of it, and get their feedback and understand what kind of information they would want to have moving forward so that they could learn more about this, hopefully to see if it's feasible to do a ballot question this year and if the community would support it. So I have a very short presentation that I'm going to try and pull up here. This is just standard Zoom, right? There we go.
You got
Wonderful.
It. Nice.
Thank you.
That was quick and easy.
You've done this before.
Yeah, but how many times does it not work, right? But
We're not going to go into that.
and am I supposed to turn this on when I speak?
It should
I'm
be
sorry.
red light is on.
It is. Great. Apologies. Sorry. So real quick, the timeline will kind of be at the back end, but as I said, the surveys allow us to establish feasibility for a funding proposal. They could guide our spending priorities, help us understand where the public would like to see the money spent. In the case of affordable housing, that might be in some places where I've worked on affordable housing. I helped the city of Glenwood Springs with their successful question last fall. The polling will help us understand, do people want to see that money go into public-private partnerships or partnerships with the nonprofit community? Would they like to see those funds being used for things like deed restrictions and other housing programs, or do they like a balance of that? Or other things that are funds are utilized for affordable housing. We're also looking at in the question how to support childcare as well? And does the community recognize that these two issues come together as a workforce support issue? Can we demonstrate to the community that these issues, affordable housing, childcare, have a nexus as supporting our community's workforce, making this county viable for our workforce to live, raise a family, and be successful within the community. So as we prepare the survey, there's a lot of steps we do, and we're already involved in several of these. We collaborate with you, the commissioners. I work with the county staff, other stakeholders, if there's affordable housing advocates or child care advocates. I've actually been working on some of these issues across the valley for several years. I've helped the town of Basalt do some of this kind of work as well. So I'm already have a base familiarity with some of the issues here in the valley. To find these funding needs and the solutions that are available to the county. We develop a questionnaire and a timeline to get that out to the community that works within the statutory timeline of getting a ballot question ready to go before voters. I can provide and help facilitate a Spanish language survey so we can engage our Spanish-speaking constituents here in the community. Presenting an analysis of the survey results to you, the commissioners, to the county staff, to other stakeholders, and having a conversation about what we learned from the surveys and what it tells us about where the community's mind is at on this and other issues. We can use that survey data to guide our messaging, help develop the ballot question, what we need to do on policy development, as well as community engagement, and then also analyzing the turnout for this upcoming election, right? Each election has unique turnout and who votes and who doesn't vote. And that goes into the what I call the sausage making of figuring out, whether to move forward with a ballot question like this or not. So one of the big questions I get is, how do you do it? How do you plan to do this survey? And I do a lot of work in mountain communities. I do a lot of work in Eagle County, here in the Roaring Fork Valley, all around the state of Colorado. Next week, I'll be in southwestern Colorado helping some school districts down there. And I think our mountain communities have some unique characteristics that I've learned over about 20 years of doing this work in Colorado. I like to get stuff rolling before school goes out. I find that when kids get out of school, parents kind of check out, the community wants to get on to summer. Also, we're going to have a kind of an influx of summer tourists. So I like to get research and kind of the process moving before school lets out. So we're working hard right now to hit those targets because we have school getting out here pretty soon. I know even my own kids are getting antsy about school. So that really motivates me to kind of work hard with you all and your staff to keep this process moving forward. But how do we do the survey? Another uniqueness about a mountain community is we don't have a huge population base. So, and surveys kind of need a big, broad audience sometimes so that we have lots of folks to call and survey. So we have some challenges there. Here in Pitkin County, especially if we look at a November 2023 election model, it's going to be a fairly lower turnout election, right? About 35 to 40% turnout. So we have to think through that when we do a survey and make sure our survey is written very tight, because the longer we're asking people questions, the more they drop the call, and because we're busy, and we also don't like to answer calls from strangers as much anymore on our mobile devices. So we have to have a very tight survey. But we want to still get a statistically based survey out into the community. That is the best way I can get data back to help inform you that kind of models who's likely to vote, so we have a real look, moment in time look at kind of how people would feel about this, a potential ballot question coming before them. So we would closely match those 2023 turnouts. That's men, women, age group, political party, dispersion across the county, those kind of things. We're going to have a goal of getting at least 250 responses to the survey. I'd like to get more, but you know, we have the reality that it's almost summer break and we have a smaller pool of folks to take the survey. And then to match with that, one other thing. So our survey is going to be about 25 to 30 questions long. That gives us about 6 demographic questions that we need to ask so that we can build that weighted balance, statistical balance within the survey. We'll have about 20 substantive questions, and I'll get into a slide here shortly that kind of goes through some of those areas that we're going to ask questions in. And then I always love what I call an open-ended question. We let folks just tell us what they think. What did you think about what you heard? What are your concerns in the county? What are your concerns in general? So informative to get that kind of qualitative information back and to be able to share that with you all. Since we have a smaller pool of folks that we can call for the survey, I like to, this is what I call my hybrid approach. I like to also run an online survey at the same time. The online survey is not technically statistical, as in we can't guarantee that the person who answered the survey fits into this statistical category so we can apply a statistical measure to it. But at the same time, opening up the survey online and pushing it out through our county communications channels, whether that's emails or posting it to social media, asking our other community partners and our other local governments to put it out, just gets us more data. And what's wrong with more data? I really like to have it. I'm kind of a nerd when it comes to this kind of stuff. So I like to have more data. I like to see more people answering the questions. What I really like about it is the opportunity to get more of those open-ended responses and get more of that feedback. In a way, it's like a town hall meeting that you don't have to drive to go to because you can tell us a lot. So what we do is, and we can also do that in Spanish, and then we work with our Spanish community partners to get that out. So that's another important part. I think that's an important thing in our mountain communities to be able to include that constituency. So then we can look at the survey data and we can look at the statistical, the non-statistical, where were there differences, where were there similarities, and then also dig into those open-ended questions. So I think that's a different approach that I take, and it's an approach I've honed over many years of working in mountain communities on these public finance issues. The other big thing we do as part of this is we're going to model what that likely turnout looks like for November 23, so you can see the differences between next year, last year, the last odd election, so you can see how it changes and fluctuates between age groups and different demographic. That can be very informative to your final decision making. Okay, survey topic areas. So some of the things that we're going to touch on in the survey, and we've started working in pretty good detail with your county team on developing these questions and this questionnaire, is we want to ask folks, what do they think, right track, wrong track in the county? How are things going? What are the top issues you think are facing the county? And then also, what top issues do you think the commissioners should be working on? So not only what's the biggest issue do you think is kind of facing you as a resident of the county, but what do you think your commissioners should be working on? We will, of course, have a sample ballot questions. They're going to be reasonably close to what folks might see on the ballot. So we'll work with the team to make sure that that sample ballot question or questions are similar to what they might ultimately see. One thing I often tell folks is and elected officials like yourselves. The only thing I can promise you that voters will see is the ballot question. I can't promise they'll read the white book in October when it comes out. I can't promise they'll see anything from a campaign. I can't promise they'll read anything in the newspaper like a letter to the editor or anything like that. But I can promise you if they vote in the election, they'll read the ballot question. Maybe not in detail, but they'll read it. So we have to put thought into the ballot question. Yes, Tabor requires lots of different elements in that ballot question, but then there's also an art to it. The bullet points that you see that detail what are the priorities of this ballot question? Why are we asking for this these funds so that the voters can make a value judgment? Are these priorities worth me considering increasing my taxes? Because the voters are making a value judgment based on their pocketbook, their taxes. So we'll have sample ballot questions for a mill levy for affordable housing and childcare. We'll give an alternative of a sales tax if they would rather consider, if that would be something that the voters would consider, and also asking how they feel about authorizing bonds. And it's important to ask those all separately because they all are, would be different questions. And then a mill levy and a sales tax have different uses, right? That could be for operations, programs, whereas bonding is more infrastructure and capital investments. So we have to keep those separate. And we make sure that folks see those as separate in the survey. Then we ask questions to kind of rank the uses of funds. How do you feel about affordable housing programs, public-private nonprofit partnerships, land acquisitions, child care funding for facilities and staffing? How do you stack those up as a voter? Do you prioritize any of those? Do you support any of those? Then we ask some questions around messaging, and I think some of our messaging is really linked to that workforce question that we're going to ask folks in the poll. Do they see this as an investment into kind of making it, the community, the county, livable for our workforce, that they can succeed here? That this is a worthy investment for our county to make to maintain the character, support our local businesses by having our workforce here, and then linking those two things of housing and childcare. Do folks actually see those tied together, or do they see those not tied together? That's important. We often retest the ballot language at the end of the poll to see if we've proverbially moved the needle. Open-ended questions and demographics. So that's kind of the meat of what the survey will provide or will ask, and then those are the topic areas we'll come and report back to you on the responses.
Can I ask a quick question
Yes,
about it?
of course.
So the retest questions, are they weighted differently than the original questions?
So that's a great question. And one reason we really like to ask the retest, so it has a very short one-line intro to why you're being asked this long, because Tabor questions are tedious, this long question again. And it's basically sometimes folks change their opinions after hearing this information and more about this ballot question. So our goal is to see if that changed, if it goes up, if it goes down, and then it's really in what we call the crosstabs, all the ways the different demographics, men versus women, older voters versus younger voters, down toward Basalt versus up here toward Aspen, may have changed their opinion after they heard the survey and thought about it, and seeing where is the movement, where is the change in there. That's one of the really important parts of asking that again.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, timeline. So here we go. Up on the board is the timeline, and I would consider this pretty aggressive, but we're already, sleeves are long ago rolled up, and we're trying to get this survey into the field as much as we can before school's let out. So I believe Roaring Fork schools are around June 1st next week, and then the Aspen schools are June 7th. I'm pretty sure those are close dates. So we're trying to get the statistical survey into the field before that happens. So that's the survey where we're calling folks on mobile lines, landlines, for those few people who still have a regular telephone in their house. I still do, but no one ever answers it, so I don't know why we still do. But, and then we also send out invites to mobile devices to come take the survey. That is still a statistical invite, because when the folks come back and take the, agree to take it through their mobile device, we're capturing enough demographic information to match it to who we think that person is. So that's still a statistical. So phone calls will happen, and a text invite will go out. So you all will hear about it. Well, I got this on my phone. What is this? And just say, please take the survey. It's just a survey on our housing needs. And
Yeah, Bill, if you don't mind, if I get a text or a call out of the blue, there's a very high likelihood I'm gonna ignore it or put stop and and that's it. Will there be an online and media campaign so everyone knows and expects to get these calls and texts? Because I think that would make a difference.
Good question.
yeah, I think that's a great question. So I think
Add by
it's
today.
smaller communities. I think it is really good to probably maybe send out a press release that the counties, because you've already had media on it. I've read a story about your one of your commissioner meetings talking about we need to get a poll out on this issue. So it's already in the public discourse. So I think that would be a good call to have our county comms department send out a press release, work with the newspapers to just say we have a poll coming out. What we don't want to
Social
do
media as well.
is have the reporters call me or call John or the comms department or one of you all and say, well, what's in the poll? What are the questions you're asking? We want to be very general there. It's about our affordable housing. It's about our childcare needs. And I'm even fine to say we don't want to share the questions, because we want the respondents to hear these fresh when they get them. We don't want them to pre-decide on what they think they might hear or answer in this survey. So I do like that idea. Some other things we do, I make sure that the area code, the call centers are here in the United States that make the calls and do that, but we make sure to have a local, a 970 area code, so that folks at least see the area code and not, 984 area code and like,
Yeah.
no thanks.
I think doing
I'm
a
not
press
answering
release is
that.
a great idea.
I think it's a great idea too. So will you then make that happen?
Yeah, I'll work with the team to
Okay.
make that happen, absolutely. So,
Can I ask another question?
Of course.
During campaign seasons, we often get, I guess we call it push polls, right? You get a various political party hammering as hard as they can on their topic, and it feels like you're being manipulated in one way or the other. How do we avoid that?
well, and that's another good question, because I get I hear all the time, even the most benign poll that I think I've ever written, someone feels is a push poll, right? Because we are attempting to find out if some of these, there are parts of the poll where we are asking folks, does this change your opinion, right? So we are going to ask some messaging questions in there, and we are going to ask, is this more, less likely, or does it make no difference in your opinion to support this proposal from the county? So someone's going to say the county put a push poll out, and the best way I can say is I work really hard to make sure that I'm providing you all really good data that's really informative. That includes asking a ballot question that follows as closely to the Tabor format as possible without people falling asleep on the phone listening to it, because Tabor has a lot of stuff in it. But so if we were a push poll, I would create a fake ballot question that wouldn't even remotely look like what it would be on the ballot and get you a false positive, which would not be good. So there's things like that that I believe kind of push back on the push, that all polls are push polls, is that we're asking ballot language that's reasonably similar. The open-ended question, wanting people's feedback and then reporting that feedback unfiltered to you all. I don't cherry pick all the happy comments and bring those to you. I'm going to do what's called a sentiment analysis, which is going to try and take all that information and break it down into how much of it was not happy and how much was it happy, in the spectrum between. So I hope, did that answer your question?
It does, and I think if I could tag on to that, let me open this back up. I have a lot of questions that I'd love to ask in a poll like this, but I don't think we're not constructing these questions, I understand that you are. Will this board even know what questions are being asked before the poll goes out?
So I think that's something to work with your staff. I'm working through your county team. I put together a questionnaire that I believe kind of follows best practices that I've experienced and developed over. I've been doing this a while, and I've worked with you in the past on the RAFTA measure. Sure. And also I pulled in pieces of the ballot question, the messaging that I've pulled in other mountain communities that have resonated, that have been effective, that policy-wise are doable, right? I don't want to ask something that we can't even do legally as a county. So I know we can do public-private partnerships, land acquisitions, deed restrictions, all those things. So I developed a questionnaire that kind of built off of my best practice experience, and also now the 5 or 6 different affordable housing surveys I've done in other communities. Put that together, and now we're working with the county team on that. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. That's great. And Greg, so I think there are 2 factors. One, on Bill's advice, the not having the questions necessarily out ahead of the poll because of the concern that it could affect the results. And of course, once it's fully to the board as a questionnaire, that is a public document at that point. And so we're looking to at least push it out. And then 2, we weren't looking to go through a modification process. 1, because Bill knows how to ask the questions, and 2, we get the timeline kind of issue because we want to capture folks before the schools are out. And as you know, the deliberative process and at the board table can take a little bit longer. And so we'd be happy to bring that. We will be bringing the questionnaire back as we bring the results, so you understand those questions that were asked.
If I could, sorry, I'll be quick. Following up on that, then as whomever is designing the actual ballot language, how much creative freedom would we have if we want to insert, language, or we decide, hey, we really wanted to know about X, or we're putting these guardrails on.
Well, so maybe a place to do that is we are going to be bringing back our community survey, and that one we do vet with the board, and so it might be that would be coming after this. And so if there are follow-ups from this particular poll that maybe are broader in nature, that may be an opportunity. If it's something that maybe seems really specific to the ballot question, that would probably come up in the results. We're kind of relying on Bill's experience doing this, that he's got the bases covered.
And in the overall plan that I worked with the county team for this, that if it is feasible and you are moving forward, a lot of times we do what I call a flash poll in August, maybe late July, early August. That we did that in the RAFTA case. I just did that over in Eagle County for their transportation authority election that we just were successful with. So a shorter flash poll where we're really honing in on the final kind of ballot language, maybe some guardrails. I'm not sure if you're meaning
Granularity, well, just like details. you know.
sunset or what kind of guardrails you're thinking. We can fine tune those. Actually, just because it's regional, RAFTA, we did polling. Then actually, they did something similar to the community survey every year. They do the ridership survey, and if remembering back to that, we actually co-opted part of their annual ridership survey to actually follow up on a few details about our RAFTA 2040-30 plan.
2040.
Right, yeah.
And so we actually got some of that raw community data, and then we went and did the flash poll before we made that go, no-go decision to the ballot. So and I would be happy to work with your team too to see where the community poll could help broaden and inform this decision, sausage making as I call it, right? Because there's lots of different things we pack into this in a
Right,
short
right.
amount of time.
Yeah, yeah.
Patty?
Yeah, I think time is of the essence if we want to capture the families, because that's a key voter population. And, we can micromanage this till the cows come home, or the calves get branded, in that manner. But I think we need to move forward. I think that you know the community, you've worked with us. We've got staff here that can help us, and the ballot question language gets tweaked along the way based on what we're going to hear back from the community. So I think we just need to move it forward and see where we go and see when we need to get out there and push a question, or if, because this is a difficult year in light of property taxes. So we really need to take that seriously moving forward, but we do need to move it forward.
Steve?
When you are doing the phoning, do you leave messages if people don't answer and have the opportunity for them to call you back?
Generally, we do not do that. Yeah, we want to have that live conversation. We want to make sure the person we're trying to touch is the person who we're talking to and leaving a message. Plus, I'm told people don't check their voicemails anymore. My kids have told me not to leave voicemails, even for my own peers.
Kids, do your
Dad-
kids ever call you back anyway?
No, and they're telling me I shouldn't even leave a voicemail for you if you called me. Now, I will leave you a voicemail.
The reason I ask
So-
is if it's a strange number,
Yeah.
we don't answer it. We let it go to our answering machine. And if you don't leave a message, then I don't know if this is the polling company
Yeah.
leaving. And I think a lot of people, they are bombarded by so many telemarketing things,
I
and
know.
people tend to not answer their phones.
Let me
more
check
than
if
they
we
do
can.
If it's a strange number.
Right. Let me check if we can leave a short message that says we might be calling back at a future time and
Just leave it at that.
leave it
I
at
think
that.
if you could have a
Yeah.
920 or 925 kind of a prefix on the number.
They're gonna have a 970,
So a really a local one, that would increase people answering it. If it's 970 and then some other odd prefix that's from who knows where.
Well, I think doing a press release and getting the word out there and having it online and doing all our social media so that people will have a heads up that people are gonna be calling will be definitely beneficial.
Bill, did you have more to present to us?
I don't. I'm happy to take more questions. The last slide was just some key dates that you have to keep in your mind that aren't upon us yet, but these are statutory dates. So these are more after July 4th, but they're dates we can't, that are important. Well, some schools coming back in are not statutory, of course, but
But are
But-
important.
well, one thing, the reason I add that to the list, and then I'll let any other further questions or any, is that I also find as much as we want to get things going before the flood of after-school folks, kind of check, when kids go back to school, folks seem to kind of wake back up and their radar goes back up for local issues and local government stuff. So what does that mean to me, or what does that say to me? Once we get the survey back, and if it's feasible and we want to keep moving on this, then we have July to do a lot of good work on creating our ballot question, building our messaging, putting together a community engagement strategy for the month of, or late July into August. And then when these parents have their kids start going back, more and more community members start to kind of perk up and pay attention to this kind of local government stuff again. So those are always really important dates to me. And of course, when you as the commission, if you choose to refer the question to the ballot, the day that happens, then we have to, as you know, we kind of have to shut down our engagement as the county and then hand that engagement over to an issue committee. So we need to kind of, if we're moving forward, be prepared to do a pretty good sustained effort to communicate and engage the community before you make your ultimate decision.
Okay, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a question and then maybe a question for the board. I was wondering, do you suggest that we engage like some community advisors to help us work through the results of this, or help, provide their feedback to our board on the results of this poll?
So I really like community engagement, what I call stakeholders, right? You probably have housing advocates, you have community advocates. They're going to be so critical after you refer the question, if you refer the question to the ballot, for carrying it forward to its ultimate success, we hope, that I do like keeping them engaged, involved, and part of the process early on and as part of it. So I would highly recommend that after we get the results back, that we're not just briefing you all as the commissioners, but that, we find some opportunities to bring in our our top, community stakeholders or, active citizens into a conversation about that. I mean, that's what we did down in the city of Glenwood last year, and that was, I would say, I hate to say this, more important than the polling was how active and engaged their leaders, community leaders were in saying, we got to do this.
I just think we would need to figure that out in the next week or two, so we would, invite them to help us process this by the end of June, right?
140 people that apply.
And then I guess my question for the board, I would support us doing some radio ads about the poll, like alerting people to answer the phone or something. I don't know if that would be supported by our board, or if that crosses, if that's too much out there on that.
You want to have a balance, right? So that you're not really like churning the waters so much that then only folks who really, sometimes you can churn the water so much that you kind of awaken your anti-tax advocates. Mm-hmm. And they're kind of perked up and ready for the call to come. And then also, you don't want to also, get kind of the other side of the equation. Mm-hmm. We do really, facing the challenges that we have a more limited pool of folks to call, and folks don't like to answer their phones anymore. It's a challenge, right? Because we don't want to put this poll in the field and no one takes it, because then it's a waste and it didn't do the job we wanted. But also, if we churn too much up, we're going to get kind of the two ends of the spectrum. And in this world, everything kind of gets done in the middle, the gray middle. Isn't it funny? I mean, people all talk about all this political stuff but like real stuff like this, like local government, public finance gets done kind of in the middle with folks. And I want to make sure we're capturing that voice, especially. Okay. So I like the press release. I like if the radio stations, every once in a while in their news updates said, the county's doing this. A radio ad might feel to me maybe a step too far.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Anything else, Kelly?
No, thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Bill. I really appreciated that. And here we go.
Yeah, definitely. Here we go.
Thanks, commissioners.
Thank you. Heck,
So,
it was nice to see you.
Grassroots will take a break until 1 o'clock.
Thanks, Francie.
Okay, thanks, Bill.
Thank you.
Hi there, and welcome back to the Tuesday, May 23rd work session for the Pitkin County Board of Commissioners. We are going to start the afternoon with a staff presentation on the Schultz Health and Human Services Building Community Meeting follow-up.
Is Lindsay
Do we have-
online?
Lindsay?
Are you texting her? Well, I may have gotten a text here, in which case I may be. No. Well, why don't I jump in? And I suspect Lindsay will be here. I am not probably as prepared for this, but this is really a follow-up and conversation with the board regarding the changes to the emergency shelter that have been implemented, particularly this past year at the Schultz Health and Human Services building. And that building was originally constructed in 1992. At that time, it was approved as an emergency shelter site for the Red Cross. And around that same time, detox services were approved as a 24-hour residential facility for substance use services. The Schultz building actually sits on hospital property that the county has a perpetual easement on, so long as we're offering health and human services at that site. Kind of forwarding ahead, the Aspen Homeless Shelter had opened in 2008 as a nonprofit. That nonprofit offered day services, and those day services were offered in the Schultz building. And they partnered with local faith-based partners to have an emergency overnight shelters, but only during the coldest months of the year. That method met a community need at the time, but it was difficult even then to navigate some of the barriers the population was facing with substance use and mental health. And a few things happened there. One, the nonprofit did go out of business. They stopped providing services. With COVID, our faith-based community, I think, had more concerns about having a population in and out and congregated within the facilities. And, you know, we went without emergency shelter services for some time. In 2021, the Aspen Homeless Shelter Board decided to terminate further business operations. We went through an informal RFP process to try and move quickly, and we contracted with Recovery Resources in 2021 to run winter overnight shelter out of the space proposed. Is that Lindsay? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll give Lindsay a second to catch up where I am in the presentation and see if she can, I can do the baton handoff here. And we also contracted, so Lindsay, we went ahead and started, so I'm going to just let you listen to me for a few minutes and then hand off the baton when you see where I'm at, okay? All right. So in addition to running the winter overnight shelter, Recovery Resources was contracted to expand case management support for individuals who are unsheltered with this new contract running up through March 31st of this year. And this has been a pretty successful partnership. Lindsay, do you want to take over and talk about Recovery Resources success, or do you want me to keep? Oh, okay. She's having audio problems, so I'm just going to keep rolling.
You just roll on, John.
Okay. Recovery Resources has had some real success. They've provided respite overnight shelter for over 71 individuals in that period of time, averaging around 14 individuals each month. What is most remarkable, and I think what we're really proud of in this short partnership right now, though, is that in that time, a total of 28 individuals have received assistance and been successful in securing housing outside of the emergency shelter. And that is a number
So great.
It is really a fantastic number. If Lindsay's audio was working, I think she'd tell you that.
I think she's
Can you hear me now? You
No,
can hear me
not
now?
yet.
Say that again, Lindsay?
she
Can you hear me?
She's not muted on her end, but
I'm getting audio through mine.
Still can't hear me.
Okay. Lindsay, we're going to keep working on the room here, and I'll keep rolling, and just shake your head vigorously no if I'm saying the wrong thing, okay? But to put words in Lindsay's mouth, I think that there was not an expectation that we'd be rehousing 28 people in this short period of time. It's really been a remarkable success. I think it's also exposed that we probably have a larger unhoused population right now than we had previously estimated, and those needs continue. This has not come without kind of impacts, right, to the surrounding area. We've held some neighbor meetings, most recently in April of this year. And there were a number of us present. Lindsay really took lead on presenting information and facilitating the group. I participated in those discussions along with Gabe Muthing from the ambulance district and Dave Ressler from the hospital, and happily our police department was well represented with 2 human service officers now, right? Yeah, so probably a thank you. And we identified that there are ongoing concerns. I think the board has heard from the neighbors, so I don't think any of these are a surprise, but there is a concern around fire danger and safety around the facility. That is in part driven by the property being a tobacco-free area, and so folks who are using tobacco are going off-site to do that. There are concerns about bus stop littering and cleanliness in the area. The visibility of smoking and cleanup, concerns about empty bottles. It's not necessarily that all of these would be coming from the facility and the population. We know that these are conditions that exist elsewhere in the county, but still concerns of the neighbors. And then particularly if there is a member of the community that for some reason is unable to really receive or accept services through recovery resources, sometimes those folks are hanging out at the bus stop and affecting the neighbors and neighborhood. And so out of those community meetings, we are coming to the board with a few recommendations, we think, to address, at least try to address some of those impacts on a pilot basis over the next couple of years. And if these efforts do work, we will look for, we'll continue to look for long-term funding grants. There's a lot of funding that I think is ready to come down. And Lindsay, I'm just going to do, before I go into the 3 recommendations, just see if your audio is back yet, because I know I'm not doing as good a job as you would.
If you could call in, maybe.
Can I ask a
Can you
question?
hear me now?
Of course.
John, you mentioned what the Human Health Services building was originally set up for.
Oh,
You
shoot.
forgot to mention the
Hang on.
childcare aspect.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I didn't go through the complete history. There was
That
childcare
critical
there
that building
at some
being built
point.
was with the hospital's involvement
Yeah.
at that time, which was when the building opened, I believe. And that was designated for a child care facility, which was a great location at that time. And I think that was something that I never saw mentioned at all, but
So was there actually a child care facility in there at one
yeah,
time
yeah.
originally? Oh.
And they built it, a lot of it was the hospital so they could have a child care facility for their staff members who had children, which was appropriate for them just to come to work and bring the kids right there. And it was also on the bus line, so. And then, for many reasons, that went away. But that was one of the initial purposes of the building, which is where the homeless shelter is now.
Yeah, thank you, Patty. Appreciate that. So there are 3 recommendations that we're making to respond to the neighborhood concerns, and we think better position these services for continued success given the volume of services that we're providing right now. One is over to do an increase in the contract for recovery sources to allow them to bring on 2 additional positions. Again, these would be term limited for a 2-year pilot program. And these would really be dedicated to attending to and mitigating neighborhood concerns while remaining engaged with the population that's being served, with the homeless population. Really, the idea here is that we'd be expanding the case management resources. They'd be available out in the field. They would be on call to field neighborhood concerns and issues in real time as they're happening. So if we do have somebody who has placed themselves at the bus stop or what have you, that we would have an immediate resource to be able to respond, but more with a case management background than, say, an enforcement kind of background. We did have that conversation. We think this is going to be a better match to provide services and continue to have success, moving people from unsheltered to sheltered and addressing the neighbors' concerns. We'd also anticipate that they would be able to oversee some service aspects, doing some cleanup in the area and those sorts of things. So we're suggesting a 2-year pilot that allow 2 positions to be added through recovery resources to provide those services. And I'll just look for a nod or a shake of the head, Lindsay, if I've covered everything. Okay. I'm sorry we're having the technical difficulties right now.
I just want to offer, because I had heard from some neighbors who were not able to attend the April meeting that, they have some concerns related to like trash at the bus stop, but, they were not put off by the presence of the homeless, by Recovery Resources Services and the unhoused shelter there. And we're grateful that our community is offering such comprehensive services that, they didn't, when they were talking to me, didn't feel like they needed folks experiencing homelessness to be kind of out of sight, out of mind. That, from their perspective, did not want to generate more stigma related to homelessness and did not want to contribute to the notions of stigma related to the homelessness being experienced by people who are in the neighborhood. So I just don't know if it's like a universal opinion. And I want to present that because they were not able to, and this was different neighbors from different neighborhoods over there that were not able to attend that meeting.
Yeah, and thank you, Kelly. And I don't think it was a universal opinion even in our meetings, but we did take away a majority of the folks that participated were certainly expressing concerns. But thank you, because there were definitely unrepresented voices, right, as there often are in these types of meetings. I'm going to skip to our third recommendation, then come back. In order to address some of the fire concerns and such, this does go against some of the established policy for the campus, but we think it would be appropriate at this point to create a designated smoking area, make sure that it is appropriately screened and protected, protective of fire danger or ignition hazards. So concrete slab, that sort of thing. We're still working on the right location. That's a little bit of a tight spot, and nobody wants a designated smoking area right next to them. So we're still working through the exact location, but I know Lindsay and facilities have been working on that. But we'd like to get that done. That does not mean we are not going to continue to be aggressive in offering smoking cessation, whether it be the gum and education and such to this population, just like we would any population. But we think that right now, given that we are collecting folks in a living area, it's appropriate for us to provide that designated smoking area, both to mitigate fire risk and address neighborhood concerns.
Francie, can I jump in on that? I know when we created that campus, no smoking campus, there are also concerns, and having spent more time than I'd like to say at the hospital, people come out from the hospital and smoke in the parking lot. They, because they are stressed. Family members in ICU or just in the hospital, they smoke in the parking lot. They smoke out in front of the hospital. They smoke on the bike path. So it would be great, and I don't know if you could, address that issue too, because there's a wildfire issue of visitors walking up and down the bike path smoking cigarettes. And it is a hard one to say this is our health and human services building, and we're going to have a designated smoking area.
Right.
But I do understand the need of having some place for the people who are getting services at the homeless shelter that smoke. And that we would rather, I think, provide them a place to smoke and allow them to have the services, especially the counseling and the connection with other service opportunities for them. But it's kind of a hard one to say that. But that would be kind of an interesting discussion to have, but I know we will have with the hospital as far as designating a space. But the hospital also has a factor that does smoke on that campus. The other thing I wanted to say is you're absolutely right about bus stops. Bus stop by my house, it's a raft of bus stop. We clean it up, the neighbors generally. There were probably 20 or 30 empty liquor bottles, hard liquor bottles, small ones, big ones. I don't know what the event was that weekend in town, but they were just all over it at our bus stop. And that's an issue, as you said, with all the bus stops. Between cigarette butts and trash and alcohol bottles, seems to be people just get hammered while they're waiting for the bus, and so I think that is maybe something we need to bring RAFTA into, not just at the Human Health Services building, because it is a RAFTA bus stop, but also just throughout our community.
Yeah, and we certainly have had those conversations internally as staff also. One of the things I do think resonated with us, and we think is an opportunity, is this is an opportunity for our facility and the folks using our services to also be part of the community and the neighborhood there and participate in the cleanup, regardless of whether it's produced there or somewhere else. And so we felt like that was there. Now we've really lost Lindsay.
Well, and I have another, I have another really quick, John, when you get to it, the use of these funds, the LAC funds.
To help me moderate.
What, tomorrow?
Right, stand, focus. You're talking about an agenda meeting?
Yeah,
Agenda
I'm
meeting
driving to
tomorrow
Colorado
after the
Springs
meeting.
tomorrow night.
Hey Lindsay, can you hear us? Do you mind
I
trying
can.
one more
Can you hear
time
me?
to unmute yourself on Zoom?
Can you hear me? I'm on the phone.
I'm still getting her audio, but yeah, it's not coming through.
I can on Zoom too. Oh,
Can you hear me now?
So have we lost it to grassroots now also? So should we keep rolling?
Yeah.
Okay. Lindsay, I'm doing my best, but I'm still hoping we get audio from you. So the recommendation I skipped was we do have healthcare policy and finance grant opportunities coming up. We think these services and expanded services are a good candidate for those. We think it may take some time for those to mature. If we get those awarded earlier, it may free up some of these other funds that we're going to talk about here in a second, Patty. But we did want to get a commitment for a 2-year pilot to provide some certainty for the neighbors, to provide some certainty for our contractor, and to give us some time to try and build out a program that we think is going to be more successful for the community. And you need a little bit of run to do that and some certainty. As always, we'll always look for alternative revenues and savings if we can. The funding source that we're talking about for the 2-year pilot is the Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund. I don't know how to say that acronym. It doesn't really flow as an acronym, but
It could get really risky.
Yeah, these were with the American Rescue Plan Act. These are basically payment in lieu of taxes, PILT replacement funds. And so to your question, Patty, they're very flexible funds. It's not like our other ARPA sources. These funds are very flexible, and it is possible that we could allocate some of our ARPA funds potentially for this. We felt like maybe this was on the edge of that. We do have $899,960 that are going to come through that were in addition to our PILT payments. They come in 2 equal payments over federal fiscal years 2022 and 2023. If the board would approve us using this funding source to fund these projects, at least the expansion of recovery resources, we still don't have our estimate yet on this smoking area because we're still finalizing location and such. But that would leave still, Patty, $538,610.52
In our-
of that.
In the PILT replacement fund?
Yeah, that has not been appropriated
Didn't we
or
talk about
allocated.
using that somewhere else the other day?
Yeah, so I during the Board of Social Services meeting, I think Kelly had asked about these funds, and I am totally losing what we were talking about potentially.
Me too.
I
What were we
think
gonna
it
do
had
for
to do with,
childcare, to flip our childcare for the full 3 years of?
I thought it had to do with food assistance. I thought it was more a
Covering
backfill
that
on
gap
food
from
assistance.
$300 a month to $25 a
Yeah,
month.
creating a fund
Yeah.
for people.
So
I
this
just don't want, you can only use a dollar's worth. You can't use $1 to fill a $10 gap.
right.
You got it?
So what this would leave is $538,000. I won't do the cents again.
I like the sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
That has been unappropriated and may be able to come back at the board's discretion for some of these other programs. But Patty, these are really flexible dollars to your
Right,
question.
but I don't want us to talk about using them in 12 ways when we can only use them in 3.
Correct. Yes. And so this is staff's first recommendation for use of these funds. Again, it is board discretion, and we may need to come back with a broader conversation. We do think that right now this is an important service for us to be able to provide. It's important for us to be able to try and respond and mitigate some of the neighborhood concerns to the degree that we can. We have had a lot of success so far, much greater success than we anticipated. One of the reasons we didn't go traditional, like a security service or something, which would have been another way for us to go, is we think this gives us an opportunity to enhance that case management and do an even better job with the population here. And we think we're serving a larger population than we had originally designed this for, frankly.
So, can I add real quick? Do we need 2 full-time?
Because it's right now between the day shelter and the night shelter, we're kind of running a 24/7 operation. So that's going to allow us to hit kind of key times when people are awake and provide good coverage, not quite 24-hour coverage, but good coverage for neighborhood. And please, come on up.
Yeah, it's up to Francie. She's cheering, but that's just it,
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be good, as long as the red light.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it's wrong.
So if Lindsay is trying to send us a message.
12-hour shift. Wait, put that back.
Mike,
What
could
was
you
it?
put
Put it back up.
Hold it up again.
12-hour shifts.
12-hour shifts, Monday
Yes.
through Wednesday, Thursday through Saturday.
So that's what I was going to jump in on. Having 2 individuals working will cover the majority of those calls, especially on, I would say, the weekend specifically, where we don't have case management services for the most part. It only extends during the weekday. That 12-hour shift as well, you can't have one person working 6 days a week, 12 hours. I don't know the math there, but that's above my pay grade.
No, I think you got it.
But having a shift, from 7 to 7, I think will cover that gap that we're running into certain issues that when they get out of the winter overnight shelter to 10 o'clock, that's a huge gap that there's nothing for them. They're
Right,
just
right.
languishing, they're riding the bus, they're going into town, they're smoking, whatever it may be, but that gap still exists. Case management doesn't get in until 10 o'clock. 7 o'clock is when they're out of the overnight shelter. Only thing that's available there is detox. So that'll fill that gap. And then when it comes to the community's perspective about later in the evening, there was one community member mentioning that she doesn't feel comfortable heading home after work, and that gap between 5 p.m. to 7 when most people are going to dinner or going home for dinner, it's a wasteland there. It's just quiet. There's nobody around, and to have someone filling that gap where I would say having these individuals with like a fluorescent vest where they're walking the neighborhoods and being visible, because visibility is huge, even in law enforcement. When we have just visibility, typically people tend to not commit crimes, typically. So I think these two individuals that you guys are asking for would probably be a huge benefit for the community, just for that presence, that physical presence, day in and day out.
Yeah, and it'd be interesting to have a report, if this moves forward, come back to us to show us the utilization of two positions. Yeah.
Yes, Kelly.
Thank you. Thanks.
I'll just say I'm struggling a little bit if this is not overkill without more information for me, I guess. Like, have there been public safety incidences that have occurred in the neighborhood as a result of this
There's historical
update, increased activity
from
over
the
there?
neighbors. We have heard of historical information. Nothing specifically reported to law enforcement during the last 20 years of egregious acts, or felonious acts at the bus stop, let's say, or anything like that. When it comes to, let's say, a fight breaking out, those interactions are not with the community members. It's with their people they're hanging out with. It's never, but it does spill out into people visually seeing these things, these interactions that have a negative connotation to them.
Sure.
But historically, not much has happened there. We have been I receive calls consistently about individuals at the bus stop either sleeping or, maybe there's alcohol or cigarettes, whatever it may be. We, as a department, are addressing those individually. We go out there at the hours of pick up and drop off for the kiddos, and just to have that presence, that physical presence there. And I think that would be more of the issues that we're running into, where it's visually, for a lot of the community members, they see these individuals here and they have these notions, these ideas, these stigmas.
Is it fair to say that, like, perceptions of compromised safety rather than
but when it comes to like
experienced?
someone being accosted or children being harassed, that's not actually happening. We're not getting those kind of calls. It's just they're worried if it does happen.
Right. I have heard from neighbors, though, who have expressed concerns about strangers, which could be anybody, could be a polling person, knocking on their doors of their homes in that neighborhood above the Human Health Services building. I don't know how frequent that is, and I don't know the specifics, but people being concerned. But, these days you have people knocking on your door a lot for lots of reasons. But
Knocking on their door?
like for polling, and will you contribute to this cause?
I've
or-
knocked on doors a lot.
So are you concerned about prejudgment and discrimination?
I just want to be sensitive to not contributing to stigma about the folks that we really are trying to, and I think successfully serving. I think we are an empathetic community, and I want to have a really good balance there. Because we also don't want to drive people away from accessing these services because they're made to feel so uncomfortable in the vicinity either.
No, I think that's a really reasonable.
Yeah, kind of like over-policing.
Yeah,
No.
which I so I just want to really understand what is really are we solving for perception, or are we solving for I think legitimate
Right.
instances of things, and that's not to say that we shouldn't do both, but I want to really clearly understand. And then I have another. Can I have another question? And
Yeah,
just
yeah,
answer it as you want. Respond and then answer. But I am wondering if a lack of a safe outdoor space is also part of this. If there's just some folks we just know there's some folks who never want to go in the shelter, right? Like, they want to be outside, they want to be in their car. They're looking for safe places to live that way, I think, too.
Do you have an easier question? So on the first, that's one that we really wrestled with too, Kelly, and we had looked at, gosh, is it a law enforcement presence? Is it contracted security? Is it anything? Is it just perception issues that we're dealing with, and there really aren't problems. And you know, we don't have a lot of quantitative data about issues in the neighborhood. We have a lot of stories, and I think some of those stories have happened over time. I do think there's a lot of fear, right or wrong. There's definitely a lot of fear from members of the neighborhood that came to talk to us. And they would, you know, the visibility helps with that and such. But it was, how can we combine addressing those concerns with doing the right things for this population? That's why we kind of landed on increasing the case management kind of resources and that type of service versus doing more of a security or law enforcement presence, because we know we can't go wrong by having those increased case management services. Will it be overkill? I think it's hard to say. That's part of doing the 2-year pilot. Will it address the community's concerns? We can't guarantee that either, because if it's perception based, even having the visibility and the additional services and eyes on the ground and on calls may or may not address that, because they're qualitative kind of factors that we're dealing with. But we did feel like we should bring something forward to be responsive to the neighborhood concerns. We do know that there's an increase in the population that's accessing these services. We've increased the intensity of services at this site because we're now doing the overnight emergency shelter year-round and providing day services in this building, which is something we weren't previously doing. So we do think that we've increased the intensity at this site, and the neighbors are concerned about it. And so we felt like this was a legitimate request for those reasons. And we don't have the resources to be outside the facility and visible and managing some of the population, you know, impacts, whether it be in the parking lot, bus stop, or whatnot. And so we did need an addition for that. And we do think those impacts are there. Whether they are what everyone thinks they are is a different thing. So that's my attempt to answer your first question. On the second question about safe outdoor space, yeah, I think that's impacted that intensity of use at our facility too. I think the neighborhood, when we had the safe outdoor space stood up at Brush Creek during COVID, I think we had fewer incidents and an intensity of use and such. The neighbors commented that they felt like they had less impact at that time. They noticed it. We still don't necessarily have a good location. There were challenges with the safe outdoor space too, in terms of the case management. We had some challenges out there, both with managing the population and also providing the kind of case management services and rehousing success we didn't see during COVID. I think it was a great effort during COVID. But I think the short answer to your question is, yeah, I think we're seeing more intensity at our site and in our parking lot, and maybe the folks who, even though we have a low barrier to entry into this emergency shelter, there are still folks that are exhibiting behaviors and such that they're not allowed in, and maybe they'd be at an outdoor space if it were available.
Okay,
And
thank you.
they could be successful in a permanent supportive housing type of structure, which we don't have currently. But I think that I wouldn't say that an individual is not interested in being housed. I think if they had the opportunity to have the type of housing that would work for them, it would be beneficial.
Yeah.
But we just don't have those kind of resources or that kind of building or location as of yet.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, John, about the cost. So are these professional caseworkers? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So we're really increasing our case management workers. And then will these two employees be the ones designated to always be outside? Or will it rotate between them and other caseworkers? Or
I don't know the answer to that question, how Janelle plans to manage. Do you know the answer to that?
Well, I would just say the case managers that currently exist are out in the community. They do meet individuals at the library or down in Glenwood, wherever they may be. They do provide those services outside of that building. So I would say the case managers are not just in an office at all times. They have 3 different office locations, Glenwood, and Willits, and in Aspen. So they are able to meet clientele up and down the valley.
I think you meant more
Maybe I'm
literally.
misunderstanding. Are these people going to be on the grounds for a lot of the time, though? Outside the building, sort of just being present outside so the neighborhood sees
2
them?
individuals?
Yeah.
Yes, I would say for the most part, it's going to be a question of there's a need out there right now. They'll address it. I don't think they're going to
won't
be
be out there all the time.
No, they're not going to be shivering with coats on
Yeah.
during the winter. I hope not.
Yeah, my understanding is there are kind of key times during the day where we know interactions are happening, and I think we would plan, like for example,
when
when
the
the
bus
school
gets
bus
there, yeah.
drops off,
Yeah.
or in the evenings when there's a lot of folks doing the commute back from work, or in the morning when they're going. We know there are some. From our conversations, there are some hotspot times where we think that visibility would be good. And then planned kind of visibility in the neighborhood and attempts to just be a good neighbor, by doing some of the cleanup work and that sort of thing.
And then, but will all the caseworkers rotate through that depending on who's there then? Or is it specifically for the new hires that they will go out at these times? And
That I do not know. I know that the caseworkers that currently are employed are out there at certain hours during the day doing that cleanup at the bus stop, which is the second highest trafficked bus stop in all of Aspen.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Yeah.
I would say yes, there is a degree of garbage that does come from these individuals, but it's not just that. It's
I
it's the
understand.
J1s, it's the music school, it's just high traffic
I see.
bus stop for RAFTA.
And we'll probably need to talk to Recovery Resources, because I don't know that we know to that level of detail how
yeah,
they plan
it's
to
not going to
manage the staff.
affect whether or not I
Yeah.
think it should go on. Just was trying to picture what that was going to be.
But we can't, you need to.
What did you say? Come on up.
Oh, you're with yeah. We have somebody from Recovery. I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses on. I can't see that far back.
Just to clarify on that note, I'm the development director with Recovery Resources.
What's your name?
My name's Kelsey. So a lot of our case managers and system navigators work under very specific grants where we've secured funding for their positions. So that would be the same with these 2 people, as they would be designated to this project. They would
Okay.
be the designated community navigators.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Yeah, thanks. So it sounds as if the bus stop is really like a locus of where the issues arise. And I'd love to know, and from my own experience, I would suspect that the bus stops being a public enclosed or semi-enclosed space, it's a safe place where a homeless person can go. That's a place to sit down. It's somewhat in the shade or out of the wind. So they end up there whether or not they're going to ride the bus or not. And that's where the problems arise. If they're not riding the bus, then bus drivers and bus riders see somebody there and they're clearly not waiting for the bus, or if something may not just be what you'd expect. My experience, and I do have some experience working with people who work with homeless people, often the bus shelters become their only sanctuary, and so they seek them out and then they move in. And we don't have anybody living in a bus shelter here, but it's not uncommon. So what I'm wondering is, we're talking about spending a pretty good amount of money to put in a smoking area, which might have multiple purposes with the hospital staff and other people who smoke in that area, or the hospital visitors, as Patty points out. I'm just wondering if those funds can go toward an outdoor space that's not the bus shelter, but close enough that it's accessible and serves multi-purposes, so that maybe these people would choose not to take up residence in a bus shelter for hours at a time, but have another safe, secure place. That was the first suggestion based on what I'm seeing. And also I'm wondering regarding the, hiring 2 full-time jobs for this issue. I know it's an important issue, and I want to make sure that the homeowners feel safe and secure, as do all the workers and everybody else out there, as do the people who are, homeless there. I know the areas outside the buildings are probably under surveillance to some extent with cameras. Do those cameras extend to the bus station?
No.
And could they? Is there an issue with that? Because it's possible that there could be a problem at a bus shelter, and the 2 people are on the far end of the campus, they're not there, or transitioning over from shifts and all that. Do we have the ability to monitor that without intruding on anybody's safety and privacy, and keeping that so that somebody watching that can say, hey, we've got a problem. The kiddies are coming. We've got people in the shelter. We should have someone there. Is that a possible solution that we've looked at?
That would be a conversation with RAFTA because they manage the space.
And you have parents who might not have their kids on camera all the time.
Well, they are anyway.
And I think there's still going to be pressure for the person. So two issues that you brought up. One is outdoor
alternative
space.
resting space.
Greg, this has been a challenge. I think we've been looking for a space that might be appropriate for this, because we have challenges with the open space. We have folks, as we've identified, who don't want to utilize the emergency shelter or such, and we don't necessarily have other housing options. I think what you lose if you put the dollars into providing that kind of space versus providing case management services is it's much less likely that those folks are going to move from being unhoused to house. It's the case management services that have made the difference. That's why we've housed 28 people. And Lindsay, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's more people than we thought we had unhoused in the Valley at our last single night count, or at least the previous one before we designed the program. And so this has been really successful.
So these individuals are being hired to help house people. They're
case managers, yeah.
Right. So
But they're going to be visible out in the
they'll be
community.
out there.
Yeah,
So
it's
they're-
providing that, and they're interacting with the population, not just in the building, but in the community. It's going to enhance that connection.
And we think that'll solve the bus stop problem.
Well, that's why we're doing a 2-year pilot. We think it's going to take a lot of pressure off of that bus stop problem, if not solve it.
So what are you looking for from us today?
So what we're looking for is direction. We'd have to bring these funds forward in an appropriation and a budget action, and then we'd giving staff direction to amend our contract with Recovery Resources, and then to finalize design. We haven't really gotten into doing the work.
The guy
on
mowing the lawn out here.
Yeah, we'll have to work on timing on that. For us to go ahead and get the design and start to do the contracting to build the designated smoking area. So we're looking for you to direct what we've recommended.
I'm thumbs up.
Basically.
How about everybody else?
I'm good with it. I would like to get a report, like an annual report. How is it working? Is it being cost effective? Just to make sure we're on the right track there.
Well, and I think we should probably do a check-in probably seasonally, at the end, because we'll need to do a check-in with the neighbors, and after we do that, I think we can commit to coming back in front. See, it's easy when Lindsay's muted and can't stop me from making those commitments.
Shelley, did you have a question?
Just a comment. I'll support this, definitely. This funding in particular, I think really sort of is the same as the ARPA funding. Just an extra bonus pot for us that is intended to address the same problems, which are crises evolving out of the pandemic. And, for our unhoused community, they are feeling that and continuing to feel the biggest brunt of all the COVID effects we felt on housing here. So I think it's appropriate, and case management to me is the best bang for the buck, because it's essentially finding true resolution for the core underlying problems that are contributing to the impacts in the community. So, you know, I am looking forward to some more of the program development related to reducing stigma around unhoused in our community, but I will support this because I know part of this funding will go to that as well.
And I can support it. I just want us to keep in mind that we may be hearing from everybody in a neighborhood that has a bus stop for issues. So, and then that would be something we'd probably have to reach out to RAFTA because of trash and smoking and in some cases lingering. And most of the bus stops are located in close proximity to school bus stops, like the one up at Smuggler. So those are just things we need to keep in mind as we move forward.
Can I, just regarding the smoking area, I'm still stuck on where that's gonna go, and you're still working on it. It'd be nice if that had if it was able to handle some of the overflow or the problem with people taking over that particular busy bus stop.
That's part of it, because we do think that some folks are going out because there's shelter on a windy, cold day, and maybe using that facility. So we think it will provide some relief there. Yeah.
Part of the hospital parking lot, for instance, so
Yeah.
something like that. By the WeCycle.
We are a little bit over. Are there any more?
The
Important
only
questions here?
thing I'd like to just acknowledge, we've had really fantastic partnership with the hospital, the ambulance district, our Aspen Police Department. We just really appreciate all the time you've spent with us.
Oh, for sure. I love it.
Thanks for coming in.
You're
Yeah,
welcome.
thank you so much. So I didn't see any don't go aheads, so it looks like we're all in favor of moving
Thank
ahead.
you.
Francie,
Thanks.
yeah, can we take a little break to try and address the audio
Sure.
issues one more time?
Of course.
Sorry. Thanks,
Does-
Lindsay.
do
Good
you
job.
want to? She's gone.
Easiest BOCC meeting ever, right?
Yeah. So, okay.
All right,
Now
we'll
we're
take a
gonna get
5-minute
further
break,
behind.
Andorra. Hopefully, 5
Leave
minutes.
at 4:30, so.
Check. Check, check. Yeah, we got it.
I just checked my phone. It's coming. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Welcome back to the Board of Commissioners work session meeting on Tuesday, May 23rd. We took a little break for our audio system to catch up with us. We're just moving so fast. And now we're back, and we're with Healthy Rivers and Streams. So Lisa and Lisa, we're looking forward to hearing from you guys.
Great. All right, great. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. I am Lisa Tasker with the Picken County Healthy Rivers Program here today with Lisa McDonald, also with the Healthy Rivers Program, and we're here to present the Healthy Rivers Spring 2023 grant requests. Is that not on? No. Okay, great. And now you can hear me. Today is just the day when you can, I don't know, hear people off and on, not all the time. Maybe that's better. Yeah, so we have 4 different presentations here today, and we have 3 people, I think 3 or 4 people giving one of our presentations. We see Julie Ash up there on the screen. The River Board at its regular meeting on April 20th this year heard 5 grant applications, and the board moved to recommend 4 of those requests over $5,000 for authorization by the BOCC. Grants that are over $5,000 must receive BOCC authorization. So, and the grant budget this year for 2023 is $150,000 for the entire year. The River Board accepts applications in the spring and the fall. This year, spring applications totaled $93,000. The board recommended full funding for 4 of the 5 grants, totaling $85,500. All 7 board members were in attendance, and I also would like to call out, before we kind of go down the path of giving you some presentations from each one of the grant applicants, just want to call out that you have a memo of interest in the back, which is the way we work small expenditures to sort of bring them to the BOCC, because expenditures under $5,000 are a discretionary. Expenditures under $5,000 are not brought to the BOCC, and we have $15,000 line item in our budget for 2023, and we had Water Education Colorado come for $5,000 in April, and the town of Basalt come for $4,000, and that is included in your packet. The WECO, Water Education Colorado, sought funds for a portion of its water leadership program held in Redstone, and for the production of the Headwaters magazine and its annual River Basin tour covering the Upper Colorado River Basin this year. I don't know if, Kelly, if you ended up attending that or not, but anyway. The River Board unanimously recommended funding the $5,000 to WECO at its April 20th meeting. And the town of Basalt sponsorship was for a stream gauge at the Pueblo Bridge, and that information I guess is not included in your packet. If you want any more information where the Pueblo Bridge is, get back to us, but it's actually up and running, the gauge at this point, and you can even access the data according to Chief Greg Knott, the Basalt Chief of Police. It looks like yesterday, perhaps, or in the last couple days, that the data was now running on the Colorado, State of Colorado's Natural Resources website. So those were 2 requests under $5,000.
Pueblo Bridge is on the frying pan, I assume.
Sorry, did I not say something different?
I
Yes,
just
it
wanted-
is.
I've never
It
heard of
definitely
this bridge.
is.
I want to make sure it's not in Pueblo.
Yes, it is. It's not in Pueblo, correct. It's actually upstream. It's the bridge that you cross.
Go over
You know,
to
when you
the
go,
schools.
To the kilns.
if you're going to go over to the kilns and to the schools, exactly.
Okay,
Yep.
yeah, I can visualize that. Thank you.
Yeah, they didn't want to use the bridge. It was closer to the confluence because it's affected by the Roaring Fork sometimes. So that would confound the data.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep. All right, so I think what we'll do is we'll have, Lisa, do you want me to go over all 4 of these first, or do you want to go one by one? Give an overview?
Let's just give maybe one by one and let
Okay.
Jayla and crew start.
Yeah, because we've got these guys waiting online. Yeah, we've got, I'll just quickly give you an overview. Water Education Colorado, the Colorado Watershed Assembly, and the Colorado Riparian Association have come before us for several years before this year, and asked for funding for the Sustaining Colorado Watersheds Conference, which is really the most amazing conference as far as looking at watershed issues, restoration issues, sort of in more environmentally focused issues regarding water in Colorado each year. It's quite well known. And the River Board unanimously moved to recommend funding of $7,500 for that conference this year. It'll be in Avon, Colorado. Again, it's always there in October. And then the next grant applicant, Wilderness Workshop, came before the board looking for a grant for advocacy, organizing, and communication work for the Crystal Wild and Scenic campaign to go after wild and scenic river designation, which you all know that the BOCC and Healthy Rivers Program are very involved with. The River Board unanimously moved to recommend funding of $35,000. with some extra deliverables that they requested, which came in the form of quarterly reports instead of an annual report, completion of a robust website, which has mostly been done, and they also were looking for a little bit more acknowledgement for support for the Healthy Rivers program, and they wanted detailed budget funding sources, a detail of all of that, in addition to what was recommended within the campaign documents that Wilderness provided. So, but it was unanimously approved, and they're here today to give you some more information. The Roaring Fork Conservancy also came in. Megan Dean is here today. She came in to ask for more funding for watershed work. She's been very hard at work with the Watershed Pen Pals program. She can go a little bit more into detail on that. And she's also looking for help with curriculum revitalization and creation, teacher training, and program delivery at the River Center. So the River Board unanimously approved that for $33,000. We also have Rudai Water and Power Authority here today. And they came before us April long, looking to implement a large-scale watershed-wide education and outreach campaign that would provide information on recently adopted regional baseline watering standards, and in order to promote efficient outdoor planting and watering best practices, to sort of look into conserving water in the Roaring Fork watershed within our municipalities. The River Board unanimously moved to recommend funding for $10,000 on that. We also had EcoFlight come before us, and their request, they were asked to come back to the board. The board felt it was a little premature, their request at this time, so they had come to assist with some of the beaver efforts that we have been involved with, and the board voted to deny that at this time because they felt it was too early in the USFS inventory process, and they asked them to come back in the fall. So that's that. I think what I would like to do, instead of taking up any more time, is just go ahead and have maybe Jayla and Julie and Debbie, Diane, sorry, I didn't mean hi, Diane. We were going to have Casey Davenport here today, and she was called away, and it looks like Diane has been great, and she's able to come and fill in for Casey today with the Colorado Watershed Assembly. So Julie, go ahead and take it away.
Hi everybody, I'm Julie Ash. So I represent the Colorado Riparian Association side of our three partners, and you know Jayla with WECO and Diane with Watershed Assembly. And so yes, Sustaining Colorado Watersheds 2023, we can share the theme for this year is Beyond the Banks, Expanding Perspectives to Change Our World. And I'll back up a little bit about the conference. I know you guys know because you've been one of our most dependable and important sponsors, and not only as a sponsor, but also as an active participant and attendee, which is our favorite part. I think Lisa Tasker moderated a restoration and stewardship panel last year, so the call for papers is out now, extended till the end of the week. If anyone is interested in a bigger role again this year, you guys are very welcome. I appreciate, Lisa, what you overviewed for our conference. We think we're a unique conference in Colorado because we're bringing together everyone pulling for Colorado's watersheds, and it's because of our three grouped partners. We focus on nonprofits and practitioners and policymakers and educators, project proponents, the students, the next generation. So it takes the three partners with our different focuses to do that. And our goal is at least four-pronged. It's sharing technical information, brainstorming and solving technical challenges, and then networking, we're known for, and we're really proud to bring good experiences. But I was adding, this is at least me personally, because what I get out of the conference every year is like reinvigorating and inspiring, because we get together with all these people that are doing great things in the watershed. I think, and if there's Jayla or Diane, do you want to add anything more? But we're happy to talk about it.
Thanks, Julie, and thanks so much to the Board of Commissioners for hearing our proposal, and to the Healthy Rivers program for all of the support over the years. Like Julie said, the partnership definitely makes the conference just really wide-ranging with the people in the audience that we draw. It has a statewide focus. And so a couple of statistics coming out of last year's conference that I can share. We had 41 presentations with 84 different presenters. And that didn't even include the pre-conference workshops that we hosted, or the poster presenters that we had come out on a Wednesday evening for a big poster social event, or the field trip that was held on the final day of the conference. So 257 attendees. We're really proud of what we're able to do with a relatively small group, but what we've been hearing from conference attendees is that they really value the conference size, the energy, that reinvigoration that Julie referenced, and then just all the opportunities to learn from what others are doing in the field, and to find and identify new opportunities to collaborate. This year, the conference budget is $154,000. Of that, to fund the conference, we basically split between sponsorship revenues and registration fees. So the sponsorship role is to really show that support for the conference, and also help us keep the registrations low and affordable. We provide 20 to 25 scholarships a year through sponsor support, and so those are offered primarily to first-time attendees coming either from the nonprofit sector or from educational institutions, from universities, a lot of students. And so, yeah, as a $7,500 grant maker, we would recognize you as a sustaining level sponsor. So we really appreciate the support and consideration of our request.
Great, thank you, Jayla. And Diane, I don't know if you want to add something from the Colorado Watershed Assembly point of view.
I guess I just want to say we have been so grateful over the years for your support. It is really critical to how we can bring this conference. You know, from my perspective, I've been a participant here for many, many years. Young and upcoming people in the field, so that they can learn and grow and network. And the information that you all have brought in your presentations, because you have also participated, and bringing relevant topics to the state of Colorado this year. I'm seeing such interesting abstracts coming in. We're going to have wildfire workshops, the turf replacement. I heard something else in your, what you're looking to support. We like to bring the experts in the field that can bring that information. We believe this is relevant to the state and relevant to Pitkin County, and we really appreciate your support.
I have a question.
Thank you.
Francie.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. And this is for Healthy River staff. Do you know, do our board members attend, have any of them, several of them attended this conference
Yes.
in recent? Okay.
Yep, and I think Jayla, you might be able to help on that. We do receive 5 registrations or free registrations, so yep. I mean, we always put that out to the county, the River Board, as well as the county commissioners.
Okay.
Greg, I know, has attended. Andre has attended. Chris Lemon's attended.
Long time ago, yeah.
Lisa and I attend. It's great.
And
It's really
the tours, the basin tours,
Basin tour.
are amazing. If you have a chance to take one, you should. They're great.
Yep. That's upcoming too, right,
Sorry, I
Jayla,
missed the last
basin?
one. Yeah.
The Yampa?
The Yampa?
Tour, or I think it's.
Yeah, thanks. I know it's a separate thing.
Separate
yes,
thing,
we
but yeah.
host an annual River Basin tour, and that is coming up in just 2 weeks from today, June 6th and 7th, focused on the Yampa White Green River Basin. And we have room available, and we do offer scholarships to elected officials such as yourselves, trying to get folks like you out on these tours. So please do consider it and reach out if you're interested.
Thank you.
It's a busy weekend.
Yeah,
every day.
and it started with the Colorado Riparian Association, Julie, didn't it? The conference years and years ago.
Well, it depends on which stream you were associated with to come together, right? Each of us had conferences for a while, but I think this is our 17th year together.
Yeah.
But yes, for me, I've been going for 30 years, with, 13 and then 17 together. I came from the Colorado Riparian Association side, but the Watershed Assembly, it's actually, it's kind of gone away in the last few years that I've noticed, but it used to be that people would call it the CWA or the CRA or the WECO conference, and we would work to say, it's like, it's all three of us, and it's the Watersheds Conference is how we try to brand ourselves.
Well, it's very great in this iteration. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay.
Do you want us to do one at a time? Or?
Yeah, do you guys want to?
I'm okay if we go ahead with this one.
This is just a thumbs up, right? This isn't a vote.
Yeah.
Yep.
Does this thing come back to us?
No, the funds have already been appropriated in the 2023 budget.
Yep.
It's more informational.
We just have to determine where those funds go.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I
So you really don't need anything from us, except our curiosity.
Just making us feel good.
Yeah. Yeah, I think all of these folks in this room can do that today, which is wonderful. So,
Well, I would just note the scoring and the testimonials look really high. If you scroll all the way to the bottom.
Yeah.
yeah, if you guys wanted to get some more kudos, you could look at the score sheets that were in our packet online. Anyway, yeah, because our board members, they're all their scores and their comments are compiled. Great. So should we go ahead?
That's like the highest compliment. Thank you.
All right.
All right,
Yes.
best of luck.
Wonderful. Thank you for all for showing up and participating.
Thank you all for the support. We appreciate it.
Very appreciated. Thank you
Hope
all.
to see you there.
Thanks, Diane, too.
Okay, and
All
what's
right,
next?
so I think we'll go ahead and have Wilderness Workshop come up now with Michael Gorman and Will Roush. Okay.
Butts and chairs.
And we're gonna go ahead and share the screen.
Hi, Michael.
Branding for everyone to look at
Or
there.
maybe we'll
Hey,
wait.
so I like that. I want one.
Sort of introduce yourselves.
Got more.
Well, we're gonna do it on here. This is the presentation. You guys are all set up to.
Okay, we can do it there. I've got it set to share screen.
Let's ask Michaela.
Either way.
Oh, really
Yeah.
either way. If you're actually just directing it, then feel free to
Go
just
for
do
it.
from your
Okay.
own. Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome, gentlemen. Nice to see you.
Good to see you. Great. Well, I can just jump in and introduce ourselves while we're pulling up the presentation. My name's Will Roush. I'm the executive director at Wilderness Workshop. This is Michael Gorman, who's our campaign manager and doing the bulk of the work on this effort for us.
I'm Michael Gorman.
And so just a thanks to the Healthy Rivers and Streams staff and board for, not only recommending our grant, but for all the work on this, effort over the past several years. So as you all know, we're requesting a grant for $35,000 to support our work to protect the Crystal River with a wild and scenic designation. This is work we've been engaged in for a number of years. We've received a grant from the Healthy Rivers Board previously and anticipate continuing to work on this. This isn't a one and done for us. The funds would go to support our advocacy, organizing, and communications work on this campaign. And my hunch is most of you all are familiar, but just in case not, as a bit of background, wild and scenic designation is essentially the gold standard for river protection in our country. It comes from the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act, which is a fairly flexible act, but at its core, it ensures that no dams or out-of-basin diversions are built on rivers. And it can also include a number of other protections for the river corridor, enhance the riparian environments, bring funding for river restoration. So we we certainly appreciate how important a river, the Crystal, is and a valley is to the county, to the community, to the watershed, and feel like it's deserving of this protection. Just a little bit of context. Again, my hunch is most of you all know this, but this is kind of the environment in which we're operating in and that our advocacy is conducted in. So Wilderness Workshop, along with the Healthy Rivers Board and a number of other organizations, founded the Crystal Wild and Scenic Coalition, which is working to protect the Crystal River. It's made up of a number of local organizations and partners, as well as a number of community members. And you'll also see some national organizations there, American Rivers, American Whitewater, which early on we identified as key partners to bring additional capacity and expertise on an issue that requires legislation. We coordinate with these groups and especially with the Healthy Rivers Board on a regular basis. Excitingly, just last month, a formal stakeholder process kicked off in Marble with a community summit. That's the poster you see up there. That stakeholder process is organized by 4 local governmental entities, Pitkin and Gunnison counties, the town of Marble, and the Colorado River District, to explore ways to protect the Crystal River and to find out what values, community members, people who live in the valley, who care about the river, want to see protected. This stakeholder process doesn't have a predetermined outcome of wild and scenic designation. Our organization certainly thinks that wild and scenic is, probably the best way to protect the river. But at the same time, we really think that this stakeholder process, being an open and transparent way to gather input from the entire community to look at a number of different options for river protection, is a critical part of achieving protection for the river. We know it's something that's really important to our elected officials, who ultimately would be the ones to propose and run legislation in Congress. And we also just think it's a good way to go about achieving significant protections for federal lands and waters, is to involve the whole community. So we're advocates in that process for wild and scenic, and we're also advocates for an open, transparent process that considers a number of different options. So I'll stop there and turn it over to Michael, who will talk about the actual work we'll be engaging over the next year or so.
Yeah, thanks, Will. So again, I'm Michael Gorman, campaign manager at Wilderness Workshop. I spend a lot of time on our Crystal River work. So like Will said, the stakeholder process that we're in now is super important part of the overall process for the Crystal River and what we hope will be wild and scenic designation. So our work this year is going to be supporting this process by engaging our community members and mobilizing them to participate in this process. As that process unfolds, it's going to be really important to maintain that momentum and that engagement from the community. And then that will eventually, pave the way for the legislative process. So this is where Wilderness Workshop can be a public advocate for wild and scenic, as the stakeholder process works to identify common values and concerns and principles that the community has around the river. We think that the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act has the flexibility to accommodate all these specific needs that are going to get identified in the stakeholder process. So I'll be spending a lot of time out in the community this summer. We've got a number of events planned where we'll be tabling at, a couple things up in Marble. We were at Dandelion Day last week. We're going to be doing a big community party in Carbondale next week. This is where we're highlighting the Crystal River work and the Wild and Scenic effort, and this is where we're talking to hundreds of people out in the community. It's a great opportunity to educate folks on, what is wild and scenic, where we're at in the process, and what can you do to help. We're handing out stickers and our one-pagers and information, and keeping that information flowing out into the community, and also gathering signatures on a petition and building a bigger network of supporters. I'll continue to be doing a lot of one-on-one meetings, continue to work, meet with folks up in Marble and Gunnison County. That's been super helpful. Those one-on meetings can't be understated how beneficial those have been in building relationships, building trust, getting folks to write letters to the Gunnison County commissioners, which has been helpful, getting letters in the paper when those are needed. Those meetings are really, really beneficial, and so I'll keep doing those as well. That's where a lot of my work is. Another big arm is our communications. Comms is another place where we're able to educate the community on key parts of the stakeholder process and the benefits of wild and scenic designation. So we do printed and digital materials. This is a example of something coming up in one of our printed materials that goes out to people all up and down the valley. We're working on keeping the website updated. We also host the coalition's website, which is all those logos you saw on the screen earlier. That's kind of like the central landing page for the coalition of groups. The short link for that is crystalwild.org. It's on our stickers. But yeah, we'll keep updating that as the process unfolds. We'll work on earned media. We've done a few things on that with EcoFlight in the past, and we'll keep looking at options where those are helpful and needed. We've worked on the video projects with EcoFlight. We're about to release a series of smaller like vignettes called Voices of the Crystal. We're also doing like a visual version of that on the website. Also was just talking with Lisa Tasker the other day about some other ideas on how we can be creative on ways to do some storytelling and narrative building around the ecological values of the river as well. So yeah, that's all, just work to keep building this narrative of community support and community collaboration, so that we have this track record of the community working together and supporting river protection, so that we can build on that for a eventual protection proposal. This is work we've been doing for a while. We've, over the past years, been building up a network of supporters and educating the community. We've taken folks out on hikes along the Crystal, where we'll talk about wild and scenic. We did a big film festival last fall that was centered around wild and scenic. Make sure our senators, staffers are familiar with the river. We got to take them on a float last year. So, just continuing to build this awareness and enthusiasm throughout the community is something we're going to keep doing.
And I just, end by saying, as I mentioned in the beginning, this is an effort we're, very committed to. In some ways, it's similar to some of the work we've done to protect the Thompson Divide, really based in community support for a special place. We're excited to bring our, many decades of experience working for legislative protections on federal lands and waters to this effort. And, not coincidentally, I don't think having Pickens County is a key partner, just like we have on things like the Thompson Divide in the past. So we'll stop there and love to answer any questions.
Well, yeah, one of the things we've talked about is really wanting to have a strong community engagement in this. And so that's what we would really be looking for, is for you guys to get local Crystal River Valley people, and maybe other people as well, to sort of represent the push for wild and scenic designation rather than Pitkin County, for instance, as we talked about yesterday, Will. So I think that's something we'd really be looking for, is the community outreach and demonstration that we have community support.
I think some of those communication things that Michael highlighted, the voices and the little video vignettes are really good examples of that, of, trying to tell those individual stories. I think people really respond to that as much as they do to, the 1,000 signatures that we have on a petition or something like that. So I think that absolutely we'll be looking for those opportunities and creating them. Letters to the editor, I think, are another great way. People read those quite a bit, and they show up as your neighbors and friends.
Okay, Patty?
Yeah, I live at this end of the valley, but my family lives at that end of the valley and uses the rivers all the way through the valley. So I'd like to see us start really to look at gathering community support from this end, from the upper end of Pitkin County, because I think that will really support that Pitkin County as a whole wants to see this wild and scenic designation. So I can be of help for you at this end of the valley. We have a lot of local rafting companies up here, may not raft, but they kayak or fish the Crystal, and might be able to help you guys there to reach out to that, because I think showing that diverse, the same thing of going up the Castle, the Maroon Creek, or even the Frying Pan. All of our rivers from up here feed into the Crystal, that feeds into the Lower Roaring Fork, that feeds into the Colorado. So I think that would be a great show of community support. I just thought of it as we were talking, so.
Be great to connect with rafting companies. I think they can be
I think I might be able to help with that.
Can I ask a question related to that? Just, I'm curious as to what you guys are thinking related to expanding the coalition. I think there's a lot of opportunity there, and I know we've sort of been on a bit of a pause until the stakeholder process has launched. So what are you guys thinking about that?
Yeah, there's, I think some of it depends on what we see coming out of once we see the next steps in the stakeholder process with what the facilitators are planning. We got there's a couple ideas that we could use to support that or kind of bolster some of the narrative there. You could look at like business sign-ons or like business kind of supporters, that kind of thing. It kind of depends on the some of the tactics they're using and how we can best support that.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was just, I guess I'm wondering, do you see that as a crucial component to demonstrating broad community support for wild and scenic designations?
Yeah, and I think, at first it might look like getting those groups to participate or add their input into the stakeholder process, depending on how they're soliciting the next stage of input. But that could be something that we could help drive more input from a greater cross-section of the community on.
I have a question about that. I mean, I think if we could get people to join the coalition, like a fly fishing organization of some kind. I don't know if there's such a thing in Colorado, and Ducks Unlimited.
There's a fly fishing organization locally in the valley.
Yeah. And then, like Patty said, the rafting companies, I think that would be really helpful when we get to the senators, that these are the businesses that rely on these issues of recreationalists, have some representation for that. And, sort of like, the Colorado, what's that organization called? I always forget it. The mountain biker organization. They're really active. Yep. So if we could get some of those types of organizations involved, that would be really great.
Yeah. And I think we've got good, American Whitewater is part of that. So that's kind of the similar version to mountain biking. But I agree, having more, business interest is always really beneficial.
Steve?
Yeah, I really like that idea, Francie. Since part of the river, part of the designation is recreational river.
Yep.
There's probably going to be more people locally in favor of that kind of thing, or more groups. Another one would be the Roaring Fork Audubon. I would think of who
It's a good idea.
would like to go, or used to going on birding expeditions. And so, yeah, there's lots of coalitions we could create here that are a little bit different than trying to get a designation for a wilderness area. In a sense, it could be easier getting this or getting the coalition together. Of course, we have to fight. You're fighting against the water coalition from all, the people with water rights holders across the state, but the water rights holders downstream, like the California, Arizona, Nevada, I think should be on board with this too, because they benefit if the waters of the crystal keep flowing down there.
Yeah, and just to clarify, Roaring Fork Audubon is part of the coalition, which is great. And fortunately, there hasn't been, a strong vocal opposition to this. I think people are really interested in seeing if this is a potential path forward.
Yeah, I think the trick is going to be to really remotivate people, because it's difficult. There's been such a lull.
I can't hear you, Lisa, I'm sorry.
Now, that microphone doesn't matter, it's just
It doesn't
speaking.
amplify,
You just have
but
to,
it's-
no, you just have to speak up.
That's just for TV.
I think that the issue is that, we have all these fabulous groups, as we all know. We have Wilderness, we have Healthy Rivers, we have ROWAPO, we have the Roaring Fork Conservancy, we have many groups, and getting the people that are citizens, that are just local citizens, excited, and giving them more of a venue even than just participating in the stakeholder process or the steering committee. I think that is definitely, and I think that Wilderness is pretty focused on trying to help with that. But I mean, as both Francie and Kelly know, it's been a little challenging with the local coalition, which is basically a citizens group, supposedly. But we've kind of lost most of the citizens because there was such a long break. But I think the really important next step is to really get a lot more people to feel like they can really get engaged and not have to be part of some special group or not. They can just be involved as a citizen. I feel like there needs to be some sort of grassroots upwelling. There needs to be some sort of feeling that that's a possibility for them, so that we can hear their voices. And I know that, we have all these great environmental organizations, but I sometimes feel like a lot of the citizens think that, well, they're just taking care of this. But, not necessarily. The senators all say they want to hear how many people are on the ground and how many local people are involved, how many people care. And, so it's just a question of, I don't know. I feel that there are voices. I have people calling me saying, when are we going to be able to be involved? What can we do? And so yeah, that's all of our challenge, right?
Said and best, we'd love to plug them in to write letters.
Exactly. Yeah.
And
So,
I guess
and
does Wilderness, do you guys see yourself as the, catalyst of leading all those folks to have a place to come together through the coalition? I'd like to understand that a little bit.
I think in many ways, yes. I also think there's different ways to plug in and participate that some of the other organizations might be more suited to, so like American Whitewater has connections with the recreational community, so we might, direct folks there. But I think in terms of, we're over the next year or so, again, really looking at the stakeholder process as sort of the central organizing principle for how we can direct that support. So, a great example is ahead of this community summit in Marble, we were doing a lot of work to encourage people to go to that. So exactly kind of, how can people help and participate? We were plugging them in to attend the summit, to write letters to the editor in advance. So I think a lot of our work is kind of, trying to help direct that enthusiasm in a strategic way that we think will lead to the best outcomes for protecting the river.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And how are we collaborating on that strategy, do you think?
Who do you mean by we?
I mean, the global we.
There's
You
a-
know,
That's a
people in
big we.
Africa with questions,
yeah.
that kind of thing.
So we, you
Well,
guys
I'm
have
just
gone
saying all the
global.
folks who are, either part of our coalition, are us, Picken County, yeah, I think we would, I guess I think it would be great if, we look to you guys as leaders to help, coordinate, so that, we're minimizing missteps and amplifying opportunities, I guess I would say.
Yeah, we're doing,
That's what you guys do, you're good at it, so
Right.
that's why I
Yeah,
look to
we
you.
pretty, regularly meet mostly with Healthy Rivers staff to at least coordinate there. And then with the question to this kind of larger group, we're trying to figure out ways to make it more fun for them to re-engage. And now that this community process is starting, I think there's going to be a lot more opportunities and need for us to get together before some of those meetings and before some of the, I think there's like maybe a survey or something that you all are talking about there. But I think that'll be important for us to meet beforehand and get on the same page and kind of talk about, well, how should we, respond to,
Got it.
this that's coming up in the stakeholder process.
Well, I appreciate thinking that way.
So maybe a spring kickoff barbecue party.
Yeah, so, Will, you've been doing this for a while, and you know what it takes, a campaign of this scope, even though it's kind of a small river and a small community. And you can get everybody on board, but they're not a very large group of people, and they're not going to get a lot of attention from, say, senators and congressmen. And so what I'm wondering is, how can this be expanded? How can this effort be amplified beyond the usual suspects in our community, including everybody in the room and the people who show up locally? How is this going to get enough traction outside the valley, maybe farther downstream? This water does go all the way to somewhere in, before it peters out in the Gulf of Mexico. If it makes it to the ocean, I don't think it does. But what I'm wondering is this going to take more than just the usual suspects in our immediate Roaring Fork Valley to get this done? And what are your plans for getting the attention of busy senators who are fighting with Thompson Divide and the CORE Act and all the stuff they're already doing on our behalf? How are we going to get on the radar and make this seem like a good bet for them?
Maybe two ways to answer that. One is, as I mentioned, we pretty early on recognized that, and so that's why we brought in American Rivers and American Whitewater, and so they can help us, elevate this nationally. I think they're two of the best advocates and folks with capacity and expertise on this issue. And in terms of going further down the river, I think it's worth thinking about. I think you're wading into a pretty complex water landscape, and so I'd want to do a little bit more diligence on that. But I do feel pretty good about us having brought in the two of the most significant national organizations working on river protection. So one of the things that's important is to make sure that this campaign is just prioritized among other similar campaigns, and I think we're in a pretty good spot there. In terms of getting our senators' attention, the good news is we already have it. The representatives from both Bennett and Hickenlooper, as well as Congresswoman Boebert, were at the summit in Marble, and this is something we're in fairly regular communication with our with the staff in the senators' offices. And I think you all know this, the stakeholder process is something that they view as really important. So in terms of them feeling like this is something they can put their name behind, I think having that community stakeholder process is foundational. And so continuing to make sure that there's support for that, and that's not just our job, that's a whole bunch of folks' jobs, I think will be really key. And then the ideas like Patty's around engaging the rafting community, things like that, where they as with other conservation efforts, they know it's broadly supported in the community. I agree. I think it's something we want to build support outside of the community for, but a lot of land and water conservation efforts, the local folks really play an outsized role. The fact that Pitkin, Gunnison, Marble, and the River District are all supporting this is a huge step up. So I don't want to say like we're there, but we shouldn't also, minimize the work that's been done so far to set that up. And I think we have the attention. We now need to kind of keep it and build on it.
Great. I was thinking about the however many millions of visitors the Maroon Bells get, and if they knew this was just over the backside of the
Right.
bells, and
Don't tell 'em.
it's part of the water. Well, it's part of the water. It's part of the fresh water tower for the Western United States, and I'm hoping that people everywhere realize that every drop counts. So
There was a film clip at the airport
is there?
for the film that we worked on with EcoFlight.
Great. Well, good.
Yeah, and I'll just say that's certainly part of the long-term strategy, especially once there's an actual, proposal. I think keeping these national groups close and involved right now will set us up to be able to tap into their networks when.
Yeah, and one last comment is that the Crystal Wild and Scenic Coalition is a member of the National Wild and Scenic Coalition, so this connects everybody. And Michael Feebig and Hattie Johnson, myself, they're very connected to that group. But I have sat in on their meetings, and we hope to pull them in a lot more going forward, because they'll be very helpful when we get to the legislative part. If we do, we will.
Yeah, and it just, it feels slow right now, kind of going through these steps, but doing that is kind of building the confidence and building the support among this broader national scene that once we go through this, we'll be poised to make some bigger moves.
I'm hoping this is a pretty big grant, I think, for Healthy Rivers and for Pitkin County I don't know if we've given more money in the past to Wilderness Workshop and at any one time. I'm hoping this can be leveraged with other donors, and hoping you can wave this flag and say, hey, look at the commitment here.
It's and we have, because this is the second time we've gotten this grant. The project budget is about $120,000, and so we've yes, we've used your name and kind of the that it puts a stamp of approval on it, or for lack of a better word, but folks like to see that other people believe in this. And,
great. Thank you. Well, I'm enthusiastic.
Yep, I think we all are.
Yep, go for it.
Thank you all.
And
Appreciate it.
Michael, you know how to find me if you want some help with those fly fishing guys.
Yeah.
Thanks, Will. Thanks, Michael.
Yeah, cheers. Great to see you.
Voters.
Good to see you.
Yep.
Stop share.
Thank you.
Next victim.
Oh, look, she's bearing gifts. I love it.
She's brought
Yes.
Boxes of candy.
boxes of chocolates.
Roaring Fork Conservancy. Yeah, you have it. Yeah, so here
there were
we
only
have
3
Megan
boxes.
Dean
We might
from
be
the Roaring
fighting
Fork
for it.
Conservancy
If it's one box
with
of
props.
chocolate, we can share that.
Yes, wonderful.
No, there's 3.
mean
You guys can share too. They
Nobody
can share
has
one
any
and they
today? Somebody go out and hit up Laney.
Yeah, yeah, I know. Thanks,
What?
Megan.
Somebody should go out and hit up Laney.
Yeah.
Oh, for chocolate or something?
Yeah.
I've already had mine.
Uh-oh.
So these are my props.
We thought those were presents. We were so
That's
excited.
what the students see.
Beavers, oh no, we
Really
need to add
easy
more
to figure out
time.
what I do for a living when I'm walking around town. I'm either in a costume or I'm carrying around Melissa and Doug building blocks.
That is a
Fun.
box of beaver deceivers.
Yeah, if something,
We were all deceived. We thought it was chocolate.
if something
Oh,
pops out.
I'll bring that next time.
This is jerky, Steve. These are various jerkies.
Beaver jerky.
Oh,
Horrors.
Greg. And a chocolate for you.
Yeah, he gets left out. So thank you for having me here and for all your support in the past. I wanted to, bring something fun to look at. One of the first items that we are asking for support with is the constant revitalization and revisioning of our programs to reflect what students need and seeing how they interact. And one of the things that we've added this year
this is a very small portion of our Biva Jenga game. It extends like this high, and it's really fun because we usually stack it with the beavers on the bottom, and that's indicating that it's a keystone species. And so the students build the wetland ecosystem, and then as they pull out different blocks, of course, if they pull the beavers out, they see that it all falls. So it's a fun, interactive way for students to get into some fairly complex topics, but doing it with bright colors and fun boxes that fall keeps the attention. So that's one of our fun ones. We also have really enjoyed updating some of our whole Colorado River Basin and Colorado or Roaring Fork watershed programs in regards to where water goes and why it's taken out and best practices in management for conservation. We have the Aspen High School students coming before their ex-ed trips. They're doing Cataract Canyon this year. Last year they did Powell, and they worked as teams to dissect and look at where all the water is going and pull that out of buckets and then put it back into buckets, acting as water engineers. And we found that with those interactions, the students really gain insight and then pass that along. Let me start sharing my screen. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to go through fairly quickly. There we go. It's just a little lag. Okay, so this is a picture of students building that Jenga pillar, and we tell them a narrative and a story as they do that, and it's a story of a wetland being built, resulting from beavers moving in. And really a lot of our programming does reflect current issues that are going on in the valley. So it's interesting, Will's presentation, we currently are doing programming up the Crystal River, and we often mention the pressure from dams, and we show students the geology, and we have them decide if it's a good space to build a dam or not build a dam. And then in order to do that, they have to go through a whole assessment and look at what animals and what ecological structures are in that area, and where does that value fall. And yes, water needs to be stored. However, are there certain places that maybe are, or not maybe, are too valuable to submerge? And students are able to look at all those aspects and then share that with their community. A big portion of the grant is funding Watershed Pen Pals. This is our second complete year that we've done this program. We are on board and lined up to do that again next year. Both teachers on the eastern side in Aurora and here at Basalt Middle School are excited to do it again with us. So that'll be our third year doing it. This year I was able to go to Aurora, and before I talk about that, I have this fun picture that just shows we launched it in the fall with a raft trip, and we took 109 students down the river. It was great. It was exhausting.
What
and
river?
It was, what's that?
What river?
We ended up on the Colorado because the fork was too low. And then we showed, it was great though to show the kids where the confluence happened, because most of the program is based on Roaring Fork watershed and tributaries and rivers, and a lot of the other field programming is based on that. But this particular situation or experience allowed the kids to have tangible experiences when they wrote to their pen pals in Aurora. And what they shared with them was, and their excitement was really reflected. And the students in Aurora picked up on that and commented on that. When we asked the students in Basalt how many of them had ever been rafting before, 90% of them said that they had not been rafting.
Wow. Really?
Which really made me excited that we did that, to have that like firsthand experience and knowledge. The information that I gave all of you, there is an article in the newsletter, and that kind of describes that experience and does reference that Pickens County is a main supporter of this program. This is, I'm going to see if this works. This is a story that was done by Alex Hager. He's with KUNC. It was aired in 3 states on NPR, and he interviewed students in Basalt, he interviewed myself, and he also interviewed students on the Front Range, and did a really nice job of kind of illustrating what this program is.
I think there was a little, well, maybe this will
But
work.
do you know how interesting is it was Basalt and Aurora?
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
So, and I should explain a little bit more. Yes, it was very purposeful. We picked the school, or the school district that utilizes the water from the headwaters of
I
the
know,
River
I think
Valley.
that's great.
And so these students are connected through recognizing that. And when I went to Aurora, I showed them maps and videos. I showed them a video of BOCC Tunnel and the actual water going through, and allowed them to recognize that their water comes from the same place. And for most of them, they had no idea where their water came from. A lot of their water education, they're given water education through Aurora Water, which I'm also working with to make all of this happen, is based on pipes and buckets. And, efficiency and conservation is definitely part of that program, but the understanding and connection to headwaters and ecological dependencies on these watersheds was my main focus and effort, so that they understand that when the water gets turned on, that specifically is being taken out of our river, that beavers and other animals and humans depend on, and how it's linked into the Colorado River system as a whole. Okay, here we go. Is there any way to play the audio? And I have my volume turned.
Actually, I don't think we can, because if we're joining in on audio, it's going to create an echo.
Okay, it's
So
okay.
yeah, sorry about
That's
that.
all right. So Alex, his story is about 5 minutes, and it is great to listen to if you get a chance. I'd be happy to send a link.
Yeah, you can share it.
Yes.
It's fun.
Absolutely.
It's pretty fun to hear.
It's really fun to hear the kids and the things that they say. One student was quoted saying that they want us to share all our water. We go a little deeper than that in this program.
He's right.
I'm trying to, it's not really, I don't wanna go up there. Kind of stuck behind the other panel.
Been one of those days.
Thanks. Just use that instead. Okay.
Of course. There we go.
I told you, Lisa. This is why I make sure I come in person.
Yours is
So-
more complicated than most, but yeah, which is great.
It is, and part of that program, they write a series of 4 letters, and in those 4 letters, they tackle why water use is important, how we use water, we connect them to what do they enjoy using water for, and that purpose is that a lot of the students in the Aurora schools don't have access to wild rivers like we do. So in order to get them engaged, they talk about how they use water, and they share that with their pen pal. And then in the 4th letter, which they just completed, they actually exchange low watering and drought tolerant seeds. And
Oh,
so
cool.
they each learn and share how to create more sustainable landscaping. And we also share with them current stories on what we're doing here and what Aurora is doing to promote that. And then the final portion of the project is when they meet and they do a Google Meets, and so they get to meet their pen pals, which is really great. This is just a page that talks a little bit about our education impacts as a whole, the people that we reach and the programs that we deliver. And I did want to mention that on all of our invoices, we have a very small amount that we ask schools to contribute if they can. We're receiving a lot more requests for full scholarships. Budgets seem to be tight. Schools are struggling with increased costs. So on the scholarships and in the invoicing, we make sure that we put Pickens County Healthy Rivers and Streams on all of our scholarships and let those schools know that this funding is what really helps everything happen.
Right.
And if they can't financially contribute, then we make sure that they still get the programming.
Yeah, cool.
Very cool.
Questions?
Is that all you got? Wow.
I do have a comment, but not only are we sharing water issues, but they actually write a letter.
Yes.
That is amazing.
And we put them in individual envelopes.
That is
and they're mailed
amazing.
through the mail, and they get so excited.
And it
about
makes me
it.
cry that they actually know how to address an envelope, put a stamp on it, and mail it. That is a skill that we need to be teaching our kids, so I totally support this.
And I brought all the packaging material and the envelopes to Aurora to make sure that.
So they actually got done.
Yes.
Good idea.
I know the teachers are busy, so I didn't want that last minute stop before they have to get to class at.
No, it's so cool.
You know, to hold them up.
That's great.
You know, is Alex's story the only story about? Like, is there other material?
There is, yes. So it was on the front page of the Aspen Daily. The story was highlighted, I think, 2 weeks ago. And Austin Corona did a story, and it was a really well-written story. And it was kind of it was incredibly serendipitous. When he came to one of the programs that I was teaching, we were right at the confluence of the Pan and the Roaring Fork. And that program specifically was to connect students to riparian animals. And so we were focused on the kids all surveyed the area and had little like stickers that they would put on things that they found to help them explore. And then there was a big focus on beavers. And as I was talking to the kids about beavers and dressing one kid up as a beaver, literally beaver swam behind us.
God.
And I was so excited. I'm like, I couldn't have made this happen.
That's
wasn't back there releasing a beaver.
So have you ever done a story with the Colorado Sun?
No, I haven't.
I've been in contact with one of the new reporters there. She's a mom. She's pretty cool. She's out of town right now. She's supposed to be calling me back, and maybe I'll get her in contact. It seems like, because, you know, they do so much covering in Colorado, but to do our side and that side, this side and that side, would be very cool. So maybe she'd be interested.
Yeah, that would be great.
I'll run
I
it by
would
her.
be connected with her. You know, I think the more this gets out there, the better it is, because it really is a story about number one, conservation, but then the second piece of the story is connecting people who normally wouldn't connect and opening those conversations and finding commonality, and doing it with a group of students that are at that age, that beautiful age before personal wants and, you know, strong opinions have been formed, and creating that idea through friendship.
Yeah, and writing a letter.
And writing letters, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I say one other thing, Francie? Of
course.
I probably brought this up before, and forgive me if I've forgotten. But I worked on a documentary about a pen pal program between kids at ACES in Aspen in 1993 or 4, and kids in Malawi in Africa. And we ended up making a very low budget little film that kind of just took on a life of its own, and it went crazy. So I love seeing this, because this is so much more sophisticated, and honestly, you have so many more resources, you know, just through the technologies and the things available to do the pen pal thing. So it really resonates with me. I think it's great, and I really want to support it. I'm going to share the film with you.
Yes, please do. And yeah, that would be a really great way to get it out there as well. You know, I'm hoping that, I'm not sure when, but I'd love to at some point be able to get a small group of the Aurora students up here so they can tour the headwaters and meet their pen pals. And we wouldn't be able to do it with the whole class, because the class is over 100 students, but a small group connecting is kind of like my beautiful pie in the sky idea. That'd be a really great film
visits going
opportunity.
both ways, and then you've got a
Take them to the
story.
Boosted Tunnel.
Yeah, right. Go through the tunnel, through the Twin Lakes Tunnel, if not the Boosted, you know. Yeah.
Looking through the tunnel's pretty cool.
Okay, that sounds great.
Yeah, I'm all in.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for what you do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
so nice to see you.
Bring all my blocks
Yeah,
back.
thanks for coming.
Gonna take your not chocolate boxes.
My not chocolate boxes. That was a bait and switch for sure.
Sorry.
We're slightly disappointed.
Well, I know what to bring next time.
Shortest conversation about beavers we've ever had.
I love it, the beaver running by, that's so cool. Thank you.
Just share with you guys, am I on?
Red light and you're on.
Yeah. So my daughter is in this program, and she came home the other day and she was like, "Mom, we have to conserve water." And I'm like, "Really?" So apparently Roaring Fork Conservancy and Megan's voice gets through a lot louder than mine does. I know. I'm like, maybe you can
what those
come
kids-
at bedtime and say, "It's bedtime now." Like, work on that next.
That's great.
So hi everyone, I'm April Long. I'm the Executive Director of the Rudai Water and Power Authority. Thanks for having me here this afternoon. Our grant request this time was for $10,000 to support a large educational and outreach campaign around outdoor water conservation practices. To give some background as to what we've done so far and how we've gotten here and where we're going to use this money moving forward. Every municipal water provider in the Roaring Fork has a municipal water efficiency plan. It's required as part of from the state. And when they were developing those plans in 2015, there were common recommended action items that came out of those plans that all of our municipal water providers shared. And so Rudai Water and Power Authority, RWAPA, came in together and developed a regional water efficiency plan that pulled all of those common actions together and then became the implementer or the entity responsible for fostering the implementation of the actions from the regional water efficiency plan, which again were those common actions that came from all of those municipal water plans. When the biggest action item, and the one that our municipal water staff wanted done by RWAPA the most, was this education and outreach campaign, and with a unified message up and down the valley. And so when we started working on that, we found pretty quickly that we don't have a unified message in our valley, that every municipal water provider is recommending that their outdoor water use is done in a different way, particularly around how many days of the week should you do it? How many times should you do it? Should you do it from 6 p.m. to 9 a.m. or 5 p.m. to 10 a.m. And so we all had a very different message. And so in order to pull ourselves together onto one common message that we then could put out to our community, we spent a year working with a Project Accelerator grant from Water Now Alliance and Western Resource Advocates to develop a common message. And that common message is what we're calling the baseline watering standards. And so it took a year for us to get there. The RWAPA board approved those baseline watering standards with input from staff from all of the municipal water providers. And I'm in the middle of taking those baseline watering standards to all of the councils that govern these municipal water providers to make sure that those are adoptable standards. And so once those standards are adopted, the intent, again, is we got that basic message. Now we want to launch this education and outreach campaign. And the education and outreach campaign would include information on when and where to water your lawn, what amount of water is necessary. It would include messages about appropriate plant types for this area, how to get good, strong root growth, options for using different types of landscaping. So why it's important that we water appropriately, where does our water go, how do we benefit locally from using appropriate watering measures. And then it may also include the, if we can continue to gain enough funds, we may include offering irrigation audits, programmable irrigation controllers as a give me to get this set up for people. So we're intending to use the grant that we've requested from Pitkin County as the starter funds, so $10,000. We expect that all of our municipal water providers would also contribute a small amount of money towards this education and outreach campaign. And then we're also intending to request additional funding from the Colorado River District's Community Funding Partnership. That's the gist of it. We had hoped to roll this campaign out this summer. Things are just taking longer than we expected. And so I anticipate being able to hire a professional firm to help us with this summer, but we may decide to, for like the best benefit of the messaging, we may decide to roll that out at the beginning of the irrigation season next year. That's it.
Thank you. Patty?
A quick suggestion, contacting the local greenhouses as far as there, because I do work at Mountain Greenery on occasion.
Right.
That's a good door to open, also with the local landscapers and of course the irrigators. But as far as, like Eagle Crest and what, do you have a section on education on xeriscaping and plants available and instructions? Because people come in and see these pretty things that suck up a lot of water. They don't realize the vibrancy of plants that don't need a lot of water.
Yeah,
And
I
that's
think
a good
that's
place
a
to start the education.
great suggestion, and something that we have contemplated and thought about putting the messaging at those locations, and hopefully speaking with people that work there about can you provide guidance?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions?
No, I don't see any reason why we would not support this and get it out there.
No, this is awesome.
I just wonder if, when this rolls out, if it makes sense for us to amplify this beyond, in the unincorporated areas outside of water provider districts,
Definitely. Thanks for bringing that up, Kelly.
We don't want we're not going to water our lawns over here, but look at those plush lawns that are drawing on wells. We should be encouraging conservation.
Yep.
across
Yes.
Associations.
Our intent is that the message would be universal for the entire Roaring Fork watershed. And so that's, in developing the message, we had representatives from the counties, we had representatives from from Mid-Valley Metro District. Snowmass Water and Sand District is participating, so it's not just municipal water providers, but some of our private water providers. And we did talk with the county representatives about, is this an acceptable message for those people that are on well water? And one of the really interesting complications of this baseline watering message was around those who have water rights from ditches, and how to get them to participate, and how to get HOAs, particularly large HOAs that have their own water rights and are not governed by a municipal water provider. And I think the message that I've been trying to push is that it's a lot easier to, you should lead by example, right? It's a lot easier to point fingers at people who are doing something wrong when you have clean hands. So we're going to try to get everybody to do what they can first before we then approach
I just
those
think
others.
I would like to encourage Pitkin County to use our whatever communication avenues to
Your
amplify
our
the
what?
message. Our communication avenues to amplify that message too.
Right.
Thank you.
Steve?
One, up on Capitol Creek, the Little Elk Creek subdivision has the Borum White Ditch, which is the #1 ditch on Capitol Creek.
Okay.
And they start running it as soon as they can, and I think mostly the water just flows through and then goes back into the creek farther down.
They're just running it for good measure.
Because it looks nice.
So it's so pretty.
Yeah, so it's like
Yeah.
this
Pond or a lake
aesthetic thing, having the water running through. And we've been trying to get them on board for, only taking out of the creek what they need. So because they're the last ditch before the big hole on Capitol Creek where there's hardly any water flowing through
Right.
there, just like on the lower Crystal River.
Yeah.
And if they could start only taking what they need, and they maybe would have to redesign their system a little bit, so each person would have a little dam to dam up the water to the level where their pumps could work when they do need to water in their yards, but.
Yeah, they have some infrastructure issues related to their water use, yeah.
Yeah, it's not just a matter of saying use less, because if the
Yeah.
ditch wasn't, if the ditch is only running this deep, then their pumps don't work and that sort of thing, but I can see the possibilities of this program reaching that kind of an HOA and subdivision.
Yeah.
To have them just be more mindful of what they're doing with their water and to try to leave some of their water in the creek if possible.
Yeah. I think that you hit on like several of the messages that we know are key topics, but one of them is in the last that you just said, like, what does it do when I don't use my water? Like, why wouldn't I use my water? You know, we're headwaters, we have plenty, right? And so talking about the local benefits of that. And then the other is making sure we have messaging about specific for ditch owners or people who are pulling raw water. So specific messaging for them. And then one-on-one time to go present this information to a ditch company. And talk to them about what their unique circumstances are and how do we navigate that. And then a message for everybody else that explains your neighbor may be watering in a different way than you are, and here's why and how that's complicated. But everybody should be participating to do their best. So lots of little topics and nuances that we know we need specific messages about that are pretty specific to the Roaring Fork is what we're finding. Yeah.
Well, thank you, April. We are running 20 minutes behind, so.
So sorry.
It's just
Not your fault.
Yeah.
It's not your fault at all. You've
No,
used
and,
very little time,
I
actually.
I don't see a reason why not to support this grant.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think we're probably all in
Thank
favor of
you.
this.
Great. Thank you all
Thank you,
very much. I
April.
appreciate
Thank
it.
you, Lisa and Lisa.
Listen to your daughter and conserve water, Mom.
Could someone please tell her something about water?
My children instructed my mother how to recycle. She had like 3 cans a week, maybe. Next thing I know, my mom's got all the barrels and all that was 3 cans and.
Well, we have a break scheduled, but could we just take our breaks individually so we can keep rolling? Is that okay with everybody?
rolling.
Okay, because we had that unexpected audio break before, and APCHA's been waiting quite a long time, so. Yes, we're ready for you.
Come on up.
Come on up.
I am in the Zoom room right now. I'm Elizabeth Oxford. Perfect. Just accept that invite to become a panelist.
How you doing, Matthew?
Great.
So I have my list of questions.
Good.
The only part for you.
I'll share my screen.
Okay, let me get to APCHA. Here we are.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Matthew Gillen from APCHA, and this is Liz Oxberg, she's kind of APCHA, but not in APCHA. She works directly for the city as the housing policy analyst. So thank you very much for allowing us to present today on the Essential Pilot Grant Program for your discussion and comments. Today's meeting is the result of 6 months of work by APCHA staff and the board, including no less than 4 board meetings, which Kelly and Francie were great in, so thank you very much for that. The pilot program is part of APCHA's overall commitment to work towards sustainability for the more than 1,600 owner units under the APCHA umbrella. This grant program is for individual owners, not HOAs, and for essential repairs, not improvements. We've kept the focus on the lower income category levels on the basis that these are the income levels who need the most help in maintaining their homes. The counter argument, of course, to this program, which puts public money to support individual owners, is, of course, why aren't they doing that themselves? We believe that the overall long-term sustainability of the APCHA program and the benefits to the community transcend any benefits to an individual under this program. If approved, this pilot program will not, of course, solve the problem of sustainability, nor is it intended to do so. But it would be the first time public money would be put into these properties, and the information we gain will give us greatest insight into what is needed in the future. So thank you very much, and I'm going to turn it over to Liz, who's going to run through. And I think normally we'd love to have your questions as we go along, but I think if you don't mind, we'll ask till the end, because I think a lot of the questions will be answered as we go through the program.
Definitely. Just one really
Yes,
quick one.
ma'am.
Are we talking about owned properties only?
Yes.
Thank you.
Single family home.
Okay.
owned. All right, so first I'd just like to introduce myself. So I'm Liz Axberg. I'm the housing policy analyst for the city of Aspen. I'm in the city manager's office, but I spent a lot of time with APSHA and the APSHA team. So that's why I know Kelly and Francie. I've been to many APSHA board meetings, and I'm excited to meet you all today too. So today my plan is to just run over the entire program guidelines that APSHA staff and the APSHA board has laid out. And as Matthew said, we went to the APSHA board around 4 times, and it's changed and evolved since the first time. And even before that, I did a lot of statewide research on the types of programs that already exist like this. And there's actually a plethora of different local governments, city governments, housing authorities that are investing public money into home repairs. And the reason we're talking to the BOCC is because we are requesting funding for this pilot program from both the BOCC and the city of Aspen. So joint funding, which we'll get to in the end, and the final ask, just as upfront, is $100,000 from each entity. And today, our goal is really to just go over the entire program from you, field questions, get ideas, recommendations, and then we can always come back to the BOCC since this is still very much work in progress, or maybe APSHA's done a great job and you all love it. So let's get into it. As far as I want to go over the issue. So why are we recommending a pilot grant program for home repairs? So first, APSHA is one of the oldest housing authorities in Colorado. Many of them constructed in the 60s, 70s, and past then. Properties are aging, so and along with that, there is just accumulation of repairs over time that are needed that sometimes, especially lower income owners, just can't keep up with. They can't afford. And there's this disconnect between the cost of free market repairs and being a deed-restricted affordable housing owner. And along with this, we do know we have a general idea sample of some of the conditions of the properties. APSHA started doing home inspection reports. We also had the CORE program, which was doing energy inspections for homes as well, and they told us that they were asking, they're like, what other funding sources do owners have to make the needed repairs in their homes? And so that's how this has really come about. So there's 3 really big overarching goals of this program. So first is testing the internal processes. This is the first time we've done this. And a pilot program is a great way to just see what's out there, get an idea, collect data, and then we'd be able to know how a larger capital improvement program could maybe work for the county, city, APSHA as well. We know how it functions through APSHA staff, our current internal processes, and what has a greater chance of success down the road. Second, measuring the need. So we'd be getting a lot of data about owners and about the state of properties in the inventory through this as well. We get an idea of how much funding and support people most need, what types of category owners need this support, which properties, what types of repairs are the most commonly needed, and what's the average cost of doing that repair in this valley. And also we'd even be getting a list of who's actually doing the repairs as well, because we'd be asking all this information throughout the process. And we'd be
actual contractors.
Yeah, the contractors,
Who's
exactly.
actually doing the work.
Exactly, them. So, and then third is just supporting the longevity of homes in the APSHA ownership inventory. Again, properties are aging, and a lot of owners need support in keeping up their home and some of these higher ticket repairs in their properties as well. And even in some ways, it might give an owner the financial boost to make them more environmentally friendly, more expensive repair as well. So it's just investing in the long-term sustainability of properties. So now I'm going to actually get into the program.
what's the eligibility, what's it going to look like, and all the different processes within. So first, who's eligible for this grant program? And again, it's $5,000 max per household, and the APSHA board decided to restrict the program to only serve category 1 through 3 owners. So originally we had proposed all category owners, but decided to limit it to these lower category owners. Along with this, the homeowners have to be current on all their HOA dues, their taxes, they have to be in right compliance. And lastly, also they have to be under the most current deed restriction as well. So if they're not under the most current deed restriction, they'll have to sign a new deed restriction. Keep going. So for this program, we are also requiring applicants to requalify partially. So we are going to be looking at what their current category is based off their current income versus when they originally purchased their home and what their category was when they purchased that category 2 home. And the reason we're doing partial is mostly just to ease the barrier to applying, really. And then also it's important to requalify now, so we're measuring what their current income is. Maybe they've retired, and so their income's vastly different from when they bought their home as well. And along with this, we are doing a match, and it is tiered based off of which category they are in. And so basically whatever the final ticket cost is for that repair, they have to match this percentage of it. And I have a couple examples of that to show you what that's going to look like as well. So, for example, category 1 owner, their total repair cost $7,000. So they're going to have to pay for at least 10% of that in the end, which is $700, but they're still fully eligible for that $5,000 grant. On the other side, category 2 owner, let's say $4,000 repair. So they have to contribute at least $800 to that repair and are eligible for $3,200 of grant assistance. And this match came about as a discussion about how owners could have a little bit of stake in the repair still. Next, which repairs are eligible? So in the title of this pilot program, we do say essential home repairs. So this program is also only open to repairs that are essential for improving the health and safety of the household. And that's how all repairs will be accepted on by that definition. So we have these examples, but really it's going to be also just staff using this definition to decide whether or not it's an eligible repair or not. So there won't be people upgrading their countertops, but more people who have a hole in their ceiling, and that really needs to be repaired because it impacts the health and safety of the household too.
It sounds like my house.
I'm sorry.
All of the above?
All of the
Well, you built your house around a tree, of course there's a hole in your house.
And next, so the APSHA board also thought it'd be a good idea to have a prioritization process depending on the amount of applications we receive for these grants as well. So when we receive grants, they would be assigned a priority level based on how urgent and critical that repair is. So that way, if this program were to get a much higher amount of responses than funding available, we can prioritize those most in need by how critical is their safety. And if there are, so I have these 3 levels with the number 1 being that it's basically unlivable. It's very critical to the health and safety. Versus number 3, they can still live there. It might escalate, but there is some time as well. And APSHA staff would go through that process after receiving applications. The actual application process. So the plan would be a 2-week application period for everyone to do their partial requalifications, apply for the grant, provide all the information that we need in that application, and then APSHA will go through these applications, use the prioritization process if needed, select and notify grantees, and then grantees will have to notify APSHA of their repair date, the final quote, who's doing the repair. Once they have the repair completed, they have to upload their paid invoices, and then APSHA sends the funding for that repair after the fact. And so, and then upon depletion of the funds, the pilot program would be completed.
And then we'll come back to you and tell you
How,
what we learned.
What's the numbers?
Yeah.
Yes. So funding for this program, we're asking both the City of Aspen and the Board of County Commissioners for $100,000 from each entity, a total of $200,000. And this would be supplying around 40 homes with a $5,000 grant each for repairs in the APSHA inventory. And we are going to Aspen City Council on June 12th right now. So now that I've gone over the entirety of the program, I can definitely go back to slides, but I am happy to field questions and comments.
I have a
Patty,
list.
and then Steve.
I think this is a great idea, great thought. I'd like to know which one of those projects would actually cost less than $5,000, looking at
Exactly.
today's construction market. It is of concern to me, so if I'm a Category 3, I have to partially requalify for my income, and if I'm submitting to a Category 4, then I'm out. I don't qualify. So I think that people may be hesitant. But the other thing is signing a new deed restriction, for many, isn't going to be worth a $5,000 grant. People like living under their current deed restrictions, and I don't know why that has to be part of this program, that they have to sign a new deed restriction. I think that will deter and defer a lot of people from doing simple modifications, improvements to their home. I'm really concerned mostly about the need to sign a new deed restriction. As far as the partial requalification, I don't think I need to get into that. I did have some questions, but I wish there'd be a bigger financial, than 5,000. But I think for a trial period, that's a place to start. It'll be interesting to see how many people just find all that you're asking them not worth the $5,000. And if I have a hole in my roof, I can't wait 2 weeks for an application, 30 days for my application to come through, and then maybe have to, whatever else, find a contractor. My roof hole will be, maybe my whole roof by then has caved in. So those kind of emergencies need to be addressed in a more emergent time frame for people. Or a leaky water heater, or a carbon monoxide leak in their home. Some of those things, people can't wait this time frame, and those are the people that I think we're really concerned about in this program. But I think that there's some things that could be tweaked to make this program more appetizing to people, to really, so it's not just such a big hurdle for $5,000, which will help in many cases, but may not be worth it for majority of people. So maybe that's something just to think about. But I think this is a good first start with some tweaks. Thank you.
Go ahead, Steve.
Greg had his hand up first.
Thanks. I share Patty's concern. I was looking at that thinking, wow, the few people I talk to probably don't want to raise their head up enough to, requalification sounds pretty scary. And maybe it isn't, but still you've got that to overcome. Of course, we've all declared climate emergencies, and I would put, trying to mitigate or fix places that are leaky and could be upgraded just for energy efficiency is a high priority. And it looks like you've got heating in there, you've got other things, you're kind of there. If there's opportunity to electrify from gas, for instance, maybe the next step. While you're gathering all this data, maybe there's an opportunity to work with CORE a little bit more on this, to try to build an understanding of what the inventory will need as we push to electrify or make things more energy efficient. And I think that would make the program even more powerful and useful and interesting beyond, this is really noble what you're trying to do, and I'm hoping you get a lot of uptake and the money gets spent, but I kind of worry along with Patty, it's like, who's gonna think it's worth it? We don't know yet. So I'm eager to see what you learn, but I'd love to see it expanded toward climate objectives as well at the same time. This is an opportunity to put the packages together. And then regarding Patty's concern about emergencies, say somebody has a hole in their roof, a meteor punches a hole in their roof, can they fix it and come for you for reimbursement, or does this have to be preemptive?
This doesn't allow that in the way it's written.
Right, I think we would work on it as quickly as we could, obviously, because it's very important, but I think also we would need it done beforehand, before we agree to reimburse them.
So maybe people could actually set up the program beforehand in anticipation of something going wrong. That opens another can of worms.
Yeah, we're trying to,
Case
I mean,
that
there is, the can of worms can get as big as we let it be,
Right.
so we're trying to just keep it manageable for this initial step, and then we can
Got it. I
see how we're
understand
doing.
that. So my suggestions are just suggestions, but that's what my interest would be. Thanks.
So I think that some sort of retroactive thing for a true emergency, like if your water heater goes out, usually, there might be a little bit of a leak, but usually it's just like all of a sudden one day you've got a flood in your basement, your water heater's gone, you need another water heater. They don't have time to wait for this, and
Yeah, I mean,
for that sort of a situation where, and I mean, you would have to decide or have a list of, pure emergencies that have to be fixed right now, and maybe the people can't afford it, they put it on their credit card to get it paid for and get the work done, but I think having some sort of a retroactive thing for that kind of a situation would really be helpful for the homeowners. Second question, with 40 homes, I mean, if each home got the 5,000 maximum, that'd be 40 homes, but what do you anticipate might be the number of homes that actually could be helped?
That's one of the things we're trying to figure out.
Some of them aren't gonna be
Yeah.
using the full 5,000.
Right.
And we figured that, but it's really hard for us to anticipate that right now. And this is why this would definitely give us like a look into the inventory and what's the cost and the need of repairs and how many people, and it's just, yeah.
How many broken windows are out there?
Yeah, the 200,000 could last 2 weeks or it could last
Right.
10 years.
So I have a couple of questions. Liz, you've done a beautiful job putting this together. It looks like you've covered a lot of the bases. That was a really great presentation. Thank you for that. Does this include Centennial?
Ownership.
Well, ownership units would qualify, but again, there's no HOA common area
Okay.
repairs that are eligible for the program.
Okay, I think this is not ambitious enough. I would recommend $200,000 from each entity, because most of the repairs that you've listed are gonna be way more than that. And you can't do half a repair on a roof. Can't have half of a new boiler. You know what I'm saying? So, we collect taxpayers' dollars and then we try to spend them in the best way possible. Well, taking care of the people who are constituents who need this kind of help would be one of our primary reasons for spending money. So I would recommend that you be more ambitious in your ask so that we can actually do this.
So you're
I
saying
don't
more
think
than
we can-
5,000 a person then?
Yes, I don't think we can do this for $200,000 at any scale of enough significance to be that effective. And I think our housing stock is one of our most valuable assets. It's obviously the most valuable asset for APCHA, but for the county as well. I think it's a really important asset, and we need to maintain it. And if these people can't afford to maintain it, I mean, they probably would if they could. It's not like, oh, those people, why aren't they doing what they're supposed to do? So that's my major recommendation.
Question?
Yeah.
So could we actually put more in, and we have funds to do that through would our housing fund allow us to do that?
We can't use our housing impact fee for this.
That's correct. So the housing impact fee wouldn't be an appropriate source, but the board did appropriate $5 million of fund balance for housing from the general fund, and that would be an appropriate source.
I would contemplate proposing to my board that we kick in a bit more, but that we tie a core climate effort to that as well.
And you talking then it would go up from 5,000 to 8 or 10,000 per
I was
ask?
thinking about the initial amount we put in goes up, and probably necessarily the amount they'd be
The city
eligible
would have to match
go
it
up
too,
as well.
but.
Can I ask for clarification?
I think
'Cause
so.
I'm-
She had her hand up first.
Yeah,
Okay.
I have.
All
Thanks.
right, go ahead, Kelly.
Two things, but on this point, I'm just wondering, with that recommendation, would you keep the proportion of the amount that the owner has to match? Because there's, you know, there was discussion at the APSHA board of like, we feel like owners need to have skin in the game as well. That part of the social contract is like your commitment to maintain your unit in the inventory and not let things just, you know, go to neglect. So
Well, if we
that's, so I
doubled
think
it, for
that
instance,
value should be retained in the design, and any amendments to the design of.
So the
So if we
percentage,
granted 10,000 to a house, the lowest income people would have to pay in 1,000 is what you're saying.
Right, yeah.
You've just changed your whole program.
No, this is great.
And I just,
we
you know,
are keeping it conservative.
Yeah.
I don't have a
And I
problem.
would
Too
say, I
conservative,
do want to
maybe.
just say that I would like to start this program with an update to the deed restriction, because there's such overall value to the program for updating the deed restrictions, that it's, you know, these touch points with owners are can be so few that I'd at least like to try the program with it and test the incentive. We've seen that owners have taken advantage of it when they were able to do an additional $10,000 of repairs to their homes. Like, people will do it. I don't want to assume they're not going to do it. And there's real benefits to it, because we have a very clear compliance scheme spelled out in our current regulations that some deed restrictions are not held to.
Yeah, I
Because
agree.
they say they're under the former rules, and then people are like, well, why is that guy not getting a notice of violation?
I agree.
Why is that guy not getting a fine for his poor behavior? You know, because they're not held to the same rules. So there's just a lot of overall benefit to the integrity of the program to try and do that. And if we can incentivize that, then that's important.
Which is a good
I
incentive.
agree.
You know.
I get that.
So I'm happy to revisit that if we just find people, if we're hearing, staff's like, listen, all these people bailed out because of that, then we can revisit the
we'll wait for the
conversation.
feedback,
Yeah.
So Francie, I just wanted to clarify, when you say more ambitious, you're like doubling the amount that an individual house could get
I
to pay
think-
for more expensive.
I think we have
repairs?
to. I mean, given the cost of repairs, I don't think 5,000 is at all realistic.
Well, it's
Any
10.
repair.
So,
Yeah.
so I mean, so you're thinking also of doubling, having us put in 200,000, city put in 200,000?
That's what I was suggesting.
And another way we could do that, I mean, I think probably people are gonna sign up and do this, but we don't really know until we try it. So another way to go about that would be to, once the initial amount of money is used up, you could come back to both of us and just request more at that point.
Right.
Because it's really a pilot project to see, and I think it will be very popular, but we don't really know yet.
And I think there, perhaps in addition to what Steve's suggesting, is that when you evaluate a unit to see if they qualify and they agree to a deed restriction and they agree to their 10 or 20%, but the cost of repair is 50,000, be nice to have an avenue for some kind of application for extenuating circumstances or something. You know, something for, if you find something that egregious, you might not find anything that bad, but just, you know, perhaps some other avenue they could pursue for more funding so that the house doesn't fall apart or kill people from mold or whatever it is.
We should at least collect the data.
That sounds like stage 2, but yeah.
Yeah.
That's
But
a-
at least
that's a
you have
great-
the
yeah.
data.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so what will fund the research stage of this?
The research.
Just APCHA ongoing, the city?
This would be staff-led.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'd be doing a pre and post. The application would be the first data pull, and then we'd also do a post evaluation as well, so they can, and then we'll have it all. Yeah, and then the plan was I'll probably compile it all and go about it. So
Okay, so we're not asking for any funding for the
no,
implementation of the program?
I'd be
Awesome.
handling evaluation.
Great.
Okay, I can, I support the program, and I see where the board's going. I just have an issue with the deed restriction requirement. So I will let the board make that, because I have a feeling it's gonna will it come back to us even though we've
Right.
appropriated the money, or I don't know what the next step.
At this
for us.
point, the board can give direction to expend the funds that have already been appropriated. Yeah.
I think from what I'm hearing, that the board's gonna go in that direction. I just have an issue with, I understand Kelly's point, but then if you have, my neighbor goes to a new deed restriction, I'm not. The guy next door to me is on the one when he bought his house 5 years ago, and it's a different deed you know, we already have the confusion out there. And I just know a lot of people who are very sensitive to their deed restrictions, and so I'm gonna stand behind those folks at this
Meaning
time
what?
and see where it's going.
They want to eventually own
They
it
feel like every
without-
time they walk in APSHA's door, somebody's asking them, if you want any help from us, you gotta change your deed restriction. That
And they
they're-
want to get to a point where they can sell it at fair market value.
No. They wanna stick with the deed restriction they have when they signed on. And if they chose to change that on their own volition at any point, then that's fine. But in order to get these funds, they're being asked to requalify, to do a new deed restriction, to pay, the deed restriction one is just something that I'm sensitive to for Mike and people that live in
But
Port Bottom.
ultimately, it would be that eventually your deed restriction would expire or sunset, right?
No, a lot of them don't. They're all over the place.
If you sell through APSHA, the next.
That deed
owner
restriction
would-
goes into the new deed restriction if you sell. So, yeah. They're all very different, Francie.
Well, so I would say that we could then ask for updated deed restrictions for those that might expire in the next certain amount of time, so that they don't expire. Not necessarily that they have to change the numbers within the deed restriction, but that we could take steps to prevent it from sunsetting.
Well, you could, but then that's kind of discriminating against people that have an old deed restriction.
And I think that's a bigger policy
That's tough.
departure that the board
Yeah.
would have to talk about.
So I see where this is going, and I support where the four of you are going. I just have a different stance on the deed restriction.
Well, why don't you take it back the way with increased funding, see what the city does with that?
Great.
And we'll revisit the deed restriction at either at an
It may or may not be an issue.
Can I
In
just,
tongue in cheek, tell the city if they don't match us, then our money will only go to the county.
No, just tell them shame on you.
I don't think that, well, tongue in cheek, yeah.
Tongue in cheek, because we
can-
wouldn't do that.
Yes, John.
can I just get clarification? The board is approved increasing. It's obviously going to be subject to city council approval for it to be matched. If the city council decides to stick with the program as proposed by APSHA, are we doing that, or are we still increasing?
Well, we'd put in another 100,000, and what would it do? It wouldn't raise everybody to 10. That wouldn't be right.
That's why I'm just seeking clarification. If we're matching, we're putting it up saying we want to do this, and if the city matches it, we go. I
That's
just
a good
want to be
I
clear
don't
since
want to
it,
personally be in competition with the city, so I would recommend that we contribute $200,000 no matter what the city decides.
Okay.
That's
what if
my
they don't-
recommendation. I'm just one of 5
What if they don't decide to go up to 10?
per unit.
Per grant request.
Then we get to
Break it
fund
into
more, I guess, at a
county,
lower
city,
price, which means we'll have
housing.
half repaired
That's what
roofs.
they were gonna.
Maybe 3/4 if we're lucky. I would rather see the city match it, and I think the city will. I'm going to be on the positive side of this.
you're not going to answer my question.
It's hard to predict. We have a new city council.
We asked if it's
Let them answer.
Yeah.
Well, how would they answer the question? Do you see a way through that? If the city says, no, we're going to stay at this, we're going to stay at that, is it workable to have a larger fund from the county going toward county assets rather
I
than?
would say that would be very difficult to run, especially for a pilot. We're
Yeah.
trying to keep the
You're
pilot.
trying to keep it simple.
We're trying to keep the pilot simple.
I would say it just goes to 5,000 for more units.
Yeah. How's that for does that work?
Yes, but I
Even though
don't think it's going to be very
agree that
successful.
5,000 won't get you, I mean, this probably would cost you
Then
5,000 right here.
They'll be back here next year asking for
Pay
10.
for it anyway.
Or not?
Okay, I
Maybe
just
you
wanted to-
could let us know what
We-
the city council says, and
will.
then we could discuss whether we want to stick with 10,000 per, we'll deal with that. How
Well,
about
it
that?
may be possible to split the difference and go 7,500 per. if
Something like
we've
that,
been-
yeah.
I think the city will jump
But
in.
I suspect so too. Just since we don't necessarily have to have another bite of the apple and can get it moving, I just wanted to ask that question.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you for asking
I'd
that
say yes
question.
to that. Let's try
Great.
that.
Thank you.
Okay.
that all you need?
I took some notes, and thank you very much. John, do we have to come back?
That's what I was about to ask.
Yeah, do we have to?
Do
We just need to know what the city's gonna do.
Yeah, right now, we already have the budget appropriated. And so the board's given approval, for 200,000, up to 10,000 a unit, in hopes that the city will do that. And I think I also heard approval to split the difference, if not, and go to 7,500
We have to, yeah.
per unit, with our increase but shoot for the 10,000.
Great.
And I think if we end up there, we're able to execute at the staff level, unless the board wants to see it come back.
And with that 10,000 though, the skin in the game also increases, as Kelly was saying.
Percentages stay
Yeah,
the same.
percentages.
The percentages stay the game.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
had mentioned involving core.
I've got that.
now,
I've got that written.
So
Yeah.
that's on that.
Right.
Yeah.
That's part of it for me also.
Okay, I'll
We'll
make sure
definitely go over all the feedback we
And then they
received
can always
today.
come back with their funding request from to the
For-
board,
from
which
us
I'm on, and
for
we'll
this.
have to figure it out.
Circle of life.
Or can actually do it. If we give them too much work, they might not be able to do it.
Well,
Steve, do you have?
yeah,
They're
they
pretty
don't-
eager
they
to
may
work.
just
We've
consult
been-
at this point.
We've been working. We've been
Right,
working with them
I
well.
know
and
that, yeah.
They
which is
haven't said
great.
no to anything yet, so I think we're in good shape.
But they'll need to say no at some point, but.
Well, I'm
And
glad
we've
you
hit
guys.
capacity. That's great.
I'm glad you took a little extra time, because I think that you've done a good job putting this together.
Thanks.
And,
Great.
Thank
yeah,
you,
I'm
everyone.
happy about this.
Great.
So come
Thank you
back
very
to us after your next 4 meetings and let us know how it went.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, everyone.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Nice to see you guys. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you all.
Sorry it didn't go the way you planned.
Little pivot.
I did set a low bar of expectations. I was like, we need to bring this to the BOCC because they may change the whole thing before they agree to fund it.
See, you're right.
Okay,
All right, now the tough one, future
you
agendas.
need a break, guys, or are we plowing on?
Let's just keep going.
Let's just keep going, okay.
All right. I will try and keep it brief. So we are getting to the summer season, and PASS is about to open, and so starting to look at some of our joint meetings that we've done.
I thought you were gonna say, so I need some more time off so I can ride my bike.
Yeah.
We gotta find
Nah,
out
it's
where I
just
got
bad
this
for the
laptop.
tires. But we have a joint meeting schedule coming up with Aspen in July, and we've just started working on one with Town of Snowmass Village. They've invited us
great.
up and try and do a dinner meeting. We've done that in the past, and we'll put an agenda together. But right now we have Charlotte, well, not right now because Charlotte's here, but Charlotte's working with Megan to find some time. So if you all are going to be have vacation times or such that we don't know about or be away, if you could let her know, and we'll get that joint meeting scheduled. In the past, we've also tried to get one scheduled with Lake County and also Eagle and Garfield counties. Wonder if we kind of got off of that schedule a little bit during COVID. Still interested in trying to get those scheduled, particularly Lake County while the pass is open.
You know, I wonder if, I would love to meet with Chaffey County sometime, and I wonder if we could make a three-way deal
With
with
Lake,
Chaffey and Lake at the same time. We do share a common
Meet
boundary
at the
with them,
hot
maybe
springs
with
and
few or no issues about it, but
It's harder to get to, that's for sure.
they do, I mean, they're on the other side of Independence Pass also, and not too far.
they're pretty easy to get to. Yeah,
Just
I
our
got
shared
that.
boundary portion is harder to get
Oh.
to.
That lunch we had at the Twin Lakes was fun. That was a great
I'm
time.
really aware of boundaries right now on
Yes,
maps.
you are. Patty?
You know, we used to meet with Basalt. We used to meet with Carbondale. So maybe if the board is an interest, we might seek to see if we used to meet with all of them.
Let's just invite them all over.
Yeah.
Get it done in
We'll
one
have
day.
a party.
Boom.
Yeah, and I know Basalt has expressed some interest at the staff level in doing that
So,
too.
so maybe we can reach out to them and see if they're interested. And I think, you know, when I'm gonna be gone, Charlotte, I think I'll be gone the first 2 weeks of August. Francie, you're gone in June.
I'll attend meetings virtually in June. I'm gone for 1 week, but I'm also gone for a week in July. That's the 3rd till the 11th. And I don't know about joining then, but I'll definitely join from Costa Rica. That'll be easy, I think.
I'm not joining from my trip. I'm not taking a computer.
No, of course not. Anybody
Well,
else?
I'm gonna be gone the 20th of July to August 5th, but I will try to attend meetings. I just don't know my full.
Yeah, and I'm leaving on the 3rd of August. so.
Aunt Dottie says, come on July 26th. I'm gonna go visit her on July 26th.
All right. Well, I'm glad I asked now.
Yeah, I'm glad you did too. So that gives us the last 2 weeks of June, the middle week of July, and the last 2 weeks of August.
Okay. And we can go into September, and then we can bring back, I think one of the questions I'll anticipate, Steve, is why we want to meet with Chaffey County. I know sometimes we get that question when we meet or we put these requests out. So might be good to have some topics or such that you're thinking about.
Tell them we're closing off the water tap.
Yeah, and tell them they can contribute to the bathroom at the top of Independence Pass like everybody
The
else.
former free-flowing waters of the Roaring Fork River and Frying Pan River flow down the Arkansas River through Chaffey County, so maybe water issues.
Maybe that's a good reason not to meet with Chaffey County.
I know.
What if we did a meeting with,
Uh-oh.
I don't know, I'm just trying to think. I would really love to meet with Garfield County, especially if only John comes, but,
Well,
but with any
what's the
of
other
them.
guy's name? Samson? He doesn't
Mike,
come. He doesn't
Mike,
come.
And Tom.
Tom will come, John will come. John will stand in the corner
Mike can
while
stay
we.
home, yeah. So anyway,
He doesn't come.
I'm just wondering about combining some things like Carbondale and Basalt together, for instance, or, you know, but then
Then add Glenwood.
I'm thinking of
Newcastle,
Glenwood.
Silt,
Glenwood
Rifle.
is definitely a friendly town for us within Garfield. And I don't know, I mean, be easier for us to pull off a bigger one than 3 smaller ones, I think. Or maybe not.
No, it definitely can be. I know, and you know, it can work to pull municipalities and the county together all at once. When I was in Mesa County, we used to do that, and I had a great kind of conversation. It's about what are the communities of interest and where do you share
Right.
something to have a conversation about.
Does
Well,
Garfield
the
ever
housing-
meet with Carbondale? That's
I
a
don't
question
know.
about, if they don't ever meet together, I don't want to bring the.
Who?
Garfield, if Glenwood Springs doesn't ever meet with Carbondale at a joint
Oh,
meeting.
I don't know if they ever do, but they're certainly alike.
Well, that would be an interesting question to ask them. Do you guys ever meet? Do you want to meet and we'll join you?
We have, yeah, that's a possibility. We have met with Garfield County on a fairly regular, usually once a year. We've gotten together with
We haven't-
Garfield
well,
County.
since-
and-
I never
Yeah.
have.
Well, at least 2 of them, 2 of the commissioners.
Have you ever met with Garfield?
We met here once and we gave them
We
we gave them that plaque, that picture we found when we redid the building that we'd had for years, remember?
Mhm.
And
That might have been
Tom
before.
slid it across our brand-new table and put a big, and I was like, no, and we finished the top of it.
Well, I think basalt, eagle, snowmass, those are easy ones that we've typically done in the past.
I've never met with Eagle either.
Yeah, a
And-
joint with Eagle and basalt makes perfect sense, since half of basalt's in Eagle and half of it's in Pitkin.
And we've got some projects of common interest that'll be coming up, so we'll look at the timing of that, like, you know,
makes-
the
that makes good sense
Forest
on that
Service
one.
exchange and that sort of thing. And then we'll look at Lake and Chaffey. Typically, we get those late summer, early fall, because that's the best time
And
to
of
drive over
note,
the pass.
trying to get to Snowmass this entire summer is really difficult.
You mean going there?
Yeah, they have a whole construction thing going
would rather
on for the
vacate
whole
us.
summer, and it is
Yeah,
Can't get there from here.
it's
pretty much.
it's not too bad. I
But
do
they
it
really haven't
regularly.
started the construction yet, John.
I hate the parking.
Okay,
Take
well,
the
that
bus.
gives us some direction.
Thursday
We'll
concerts
start
are
with
gonna
Snowmass because they did reach out to start getting.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Do we, Do we have meetings scheduled for the week of July 4th?
I think.
I don't know.
I thought we.
We don't have a meeting the 30th, right, of May, because it's the 5th or the 31st, whatever it is?
It's the fifth
Depends,
week,
like,
so we
is-
don't have one next Tuesday.
County's open the 3rd, but then close the 4th.
So you don't have to cover that meeting for me.
So July
Greg?
4th is a Tuesday, and we do not have, that's a holiday, so we're not having a meeting
Oh,
then.
good, so
and
I
it
don't
is
miss that
not a
one.
We
regular
don't have one
meeting
that
week.
week, but I have a Northwest.
So
Did you
you'll-
hear that,
we don't
Greg?
have
That
meetings
next
that
week we
week,
don't
yeah.
meet because it's the 5th week, so you don't have to cover for me when I'm at
That's
CCI.
right. Excellent. Dang, I'll be here all by myself.
Yeah,
Go do
you would have
something
shown
fun.
up. Like, what the heck?
When we be here all
Okay,
by
so
yourself?
July 4th, I won't miss. Well, how awesome is that?
July, our meetings are the 12th and the 26th. Of course, I have COG on the
So-
6th. Why'd they pick the 6th, the one week when we don't have any meetings?
So Charlotte, that means I'll just miss the 11th of July. Be the only meeting I miss. I'll come on the 12th.
I don't have any future agendas. I know.
World has gone
In June, it's only the Tuesday, so I'll definitely come to that meeting.
And that's all I had on future agendas.
I just had the CCI conference. Who's going besides me? Are you going, Steve?
Yep, I'll be there.
Is that the end of the next week?
It's next week.
Don't forget your
I'll be there.
basket.
No, I'm picking up the basket
yeah, the basket.
today, just to be sure. Are you going up? I didn't hear your answer. Yeah, we can all go because we don't have meetings. Great.
And remember, no meetings next week. It's 5th week.
I have ACRA. They always do it the last week, so I never get a week off.
I don't know when the APCHA meeting is.
Oh.
APCHA meetings are anymore.
Future agendas, the APCHA member luncheon.
I don't think.
The email is coming out,
Seems that
supposed to
way,
be
but it
this
wasn't
week. It
intended
hasn't
to
come
be
out for tickets yet.
That one, we were supposed to have a
ACRA,
hearing and
ACRA
that
member luncheon.
ACRA, did I say
Okay.
APCHA?
APCHA, yeah.
I do that all the
I know
time.
Of course it did.
And it is the 16th
hearing May
Is that a
May
Thursday?
51st, and it got
of
canceled.
June. Just so you guys know, the 16th of June is the ACRA member luncheon for food and wine. The email should be
Oh,
coming.
yeah, you told us about that.
Yeah, the email should be coming out this week for tickets. It's the 15th, Thursday, the 15th of June. And I will make sure as soon as I get the email, I send it to Charlotte to see if you guys are interested in getting
The
tickets.
16th, that's the same day as the core kitchen.
Will you be getting passes this year, or they?
We haven't heard yet.
Did you guys get the email from CORE about the 3 events this summer?
Core?
Mm-hmm. One of them is the 16th, and it's,
It's a food and wine thing, yeah.
it's, what's it called, something kitchen something?
Right, I just
So it's
saw
about,
it.
you know, being more energy conscious in your kitchen. I thought it looked really fun, actually. And then there's one on architecture, and there's one on, what's the third one?
It's called the Climate Conscious Kitchen. That's one
Yeah.
partnering with the Marble Distillery, Farm
on
Collaborative,
the
Ski
16th?
Company, and the W.
Yeah.
It's about induction stoves and cooking with chefs who are
What
using
time, do you know what
induction.
time it is?
It is June 13th,
Oh, 13th.
5:30 to 7:30 p.m.
There you go. So let's get in touch with Dallas and tell them to send that to the county
I'll
commissioners.
forward it to them all right now.
And I will make sure you guys get the ACRA luncheon stuff ASAP if you want tickets, because you gotta get them, because they go really fast. And it's really fun. And Steve, you better be going this year.
Okay, that's all I had for future agendas, was the core stuff. Thank you for sending that. It should have gone to them. Okay, let's go to, you want us to do our open board discussion before, but you're already here. Would you like us to go to you now?
Let's go to her.
Let's go to you.
Nobody's coming in, right?
No, I don't think so.
No, this is pretty much staff open discussion at this point.
That is on. Okay, so I listed the outstanding citizen board decisions in your packet and provided the links to the meetings if you needed to review the interviews. So I am just coming to see if we have any decisions yet.
And there is no decision from the city of Aspen yet on the APCHA applicant.
There's no decision from the city of Aspen on APCHA.
Not at this time.
Really?
We have 2 openings still left on the election?
That is correct.
We have 2 applicants
I've heard
left.
several times from Chris Council about that.
But
Oh,
what-
really? I haven't heard from it at all.
So we have.
About his not being appointed that night, that he came and interviewed the same night as Ward did when we had the joint meeting with the city. And the Board of County Commissioners was like, well, let's just appoint Chris Council right now. And the city said, no, no way. And then in private meetings, they said, no, we don't want him. And so then it sat open for, 8 months or something? And now it looks like they don't have a decision on the current applicant. It's really
They're
unfortunate.
not easy applicants.
What? Who is
So
he?
they're not easy applicants to decide on.
So the election
would
committee,
say
we
on
have 2
independence.
openings, we have 2 candidates.
My only concern, I have 2 concerns with that.
Which one?
The election commission. We'd already previously appointed a prior Republican Party chair. So I'm not sure we should appoint a second prior Republican Party chair, even though I like Bob a lot. So that's one concern I have. And then Denise, I like and think she's lovely and competent, but doesn't know a whole lot about elections, which could be fine when you're acting in a judicial manner to be fairly impartial. But those were the 2 concerns I have.
So are you proposing anything?
But there's 2 openings
Not
and
yet.
2 applicants.
I thought Denise would have had a heck of a lot more fun being a judge.
It's too bad that Morgan withdrew his application.
Wait a minute, we're still on
We're still on
election, aren't we?
I know.
I'd like to just propose that we nominate Denise Hooglin as following what Kelly just said. I would second that.
Is
If that was a
Bob,
motion,
is Bob the one who handed out his card about his book?
No, that was the guy that we appointed ahead of time, which we didn't know we had other applicants coming. Which might have been a
Got by
different
me.
decision
He
at
had
the
good
end of the
answers,
day.
though.
Okay.
I'll support Denise. I think she'll get up to speed. And she may find that she wants to be a judge and resign and become a judge, because being a judge is a lot more fun.
Do these have to be motions or just conversation?
I will.
Back to us at a
This is
regular
I will
meeting.
bring them
Direction to
back at a
Charlotte.
regular meeting.
Yeah,
In a
this is
resolution.
direction to create the resolution.
So I know that we received a email letter from either Howie or Betty Wallace, who said they would be interested in, but they didn't think it was appropriate that they, as, Democratic
former
Party
election, right.
officials should be applying for or be appointed to.
Well, they didn't apply, and the applications are closed.
So I
not
sort of
appropriate.
agree with what Kelly
we
said,
have one
that,
seat open.
having 2 former chairs of the Republican Party probably is not appropriate, and we should ask, maybe put out a message to the Republican Party that they should be looking for someone who's, not a former official of their local party would be
Is that-
more appropriate.
Is that a law or just a policy or
Yeah,
just
it's
a
just-
feeling or?
No, I
It's
think.
a new issue that came up.
Yeah, I remember that.
We never had that happen in the past, I don't think. I wouldn't have
Okay,
a
so
problem
we-
appointing Bob, because I think he'd do a good job, but I understand Kelly's concern. So I'm supporting Denise, and then we'll still have a seat open.
Okay, so Greg is encouraging us to go with Denise, correct?
I liked her. I thought she'd be great.
Yeah.
And
No, I
you're
She's a new
support her
face.
also.
She's a new face.
And Kelly, obviously
fine
you
with
feel that
that,
way.
yeah.
And Patty?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll open it up to advertising again for the vacancy.
Right.
Okay.
That's so insulting to Bob.
And we could,
You don't have to agree with me. Our election commission guidelines in the charter are very broad, and their decision stands. And, that could be problematic if you have people who want to, and I'm not saying Bob would do this, and I'm not saying other people would do this. I'm just saying that to me, a pretty impartial balance on that board is a priority for me because there is a gamut of things that could come before them.
Especially in this day. and
Even
age.
though they haven't, it could.
What is Denise's party affiliation?
We don't
She's a
ask.
Democrat.
Oh, we do ask.
And we have an independent already on, is that right?
Yes,
Yeah,
we do.
Brooke is.
So we need a Republican.
We have one.
We have a Republican, we have a Democrat, and we have
An independent.
unaffiliated.
Well, I think that looks political on our part.
Discretionary on our part.
So are you
Politically
thinking
discretionary.
Are you thinking about appointing Bob?
I'm wondering about, I mean, anybody who offers to do that, first of all,
Well, they don't.
unless they're politically motivated, which I don't believe he would be, but, I don't know,
What do we need? We need a consensus?
I don't know.
Bob,
think so.
Steve, how do you feel about appointing Bob?
what?
I'm asking Steve how he feels.
So we have one U, one D, and one R on there right now. And if
Right.
we appoint one more D, then the last one should be a Republican, I think, or could potentially be an unaffiliated, but definitely not a Democrat. So,
We don't, in the past, we've never really balanced it. We've just picked
Right.
somebody who put their
It only
name on
looked
the
like
thing
there might
because
be an
nobody ever
imbalance.
applies for this board
Right.
until now. I could
Oh,
appoint
because
Bob.
Denise is a Democrat. I think we should go with Bob, honestly.
Two former chairs of the Republican Party on the election
no,
commission.
I can't go there,
Okay, then that's a
Can't either.
3-2.
yeah.
Okay?
I mean, I liked him.
I wouldn't want two
I
Democratic
I
chairs.
loved our
Go
visit
look
with
for
him,
somebody else,
but
Charlotte.
I don't think that's appropriate. Two former
Glad you
chairs.
met.
Planning and zoning.
Yep.
I'm so sad about Morgan. He would have been great.
So we need to reappoint Jeffrey and Chelsea, right? They're up for reappointment?
They're up for reappointment, and then you have 3 new applicants.
Yeah, I support Jeffrey and Chelsea being reappointed.
Me too.
So then we have Doug Thrum and Alan Dominguez and Mary Ann. I'm caught between Doug and Alan.
Yeah, I like them both.
I'd go for Doug, I think, only because even though I don't think Alan is it seems a little bit funny that he's an employee, even though we've talked it through and it doesn't seem like there'd be a conflict or a crossover. It's still just a little bit eyebrow raising.
I agree.
Especially for planning and
And I
zoning.
think we've got a good candidate in Doug,
I do too.
Yeah.
and that's where I would go.
I support Doug.
I looked at all 3 of the interviews, and I circled Doug as my choice.
I can go with
I
Doug.
think he has the best qualifications, and
And he has some time.
I don't think we should let Morgan off the hook. I was going to propose that we expand the P and Z to allow additional people to be on it, because
Yeah, we did talk about
this
that.
committee is a great training ground. It's a what do you call it, a farm team for the P and Z, and I think we should take advantage. So I did want to bring that up, that we could actually expand P and Z and add a couple more people.
It's 5 now?
There's
7.
actually 7, and you're allowed 9, but
Oh, yeah,
then
that's right.
Suzanne brought up the
Quorum issue.
quorum issue.
You go to 9, you have to have a lot of people there for a quorum.
Now,
I'm good
if
with
they're not
Doug.
showing
I
up,
mean,
that's
with
a
Doug
problem.
and Chelsea and Jeffrey.
I mean, Morgan withdrew. I don't know if we can appoint him despite.
Yeah, we can't have to hold his feet to the fire. Who said he could withdraw?
I think you should write him a note anyway and
We
tell him
just-
that we.
We're just
appointed him.
pretending it's volunteer.
Yeah,
It's not
and
really.
he's not in the room. When you're not here, you get appointed to
Right,
anything.
if you're not there, you're likely to end up being the chair of
That's
the
a
bloody
rule of
thing.
No, I-
thumb. Oh, Patty's not here, we're putting her on this committee, and she
I
hates it.
suggest we make a culinary committee for the county, and we appoint Alan as the first member.
All right.
Okay.
So we're going with Doug? We're not
Yeah.
changing the size, correct?
No.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
I will prepare a resolution for the next, not
So the city's
tomorrow,
going
but-
to think about this some more? or they're
I think-
rejecting this person.
I'm gonna vote for, that we
There's-
vote on Peter Grenny tomorrow and put him on.
Yeah, there's no response as far as, there's no decision yet.
Did
Well, let's just make our own decision.
I guess I was a little surprised by Peter's interview because I don't think he let on that he knows as much as he knows, and I didn't quite understand that. You know, like I was like, what is your hot topic for APSHA? Because I do think he has some,
Like what?
and I just don't understand why. Because
Was it-
I mean, I have slews of emails from him, you know, critical of the affordable housing program, and I don't think that disqualifies him. I think it's fine to have people critical about APSHA at the board, but I was a little like,
He wasn't forthcoming.
Yeah, like I'm
Let's
like,
see what the
I
city
wanna-
does,
I
and
wanted
then
to
we
know
can
what your
talk about
priorities
it.
are, because you've told me all this stuff in private conversation that the board doesn't have.
About housing or
the-
about APSHA or both?
Yeah, both. So that's all that just was a little bit of a red flag for me. But I think, you know, he's a thoughtful, critical thinker, and you know, there's room on our board for that.
Why don't we see what the city does, and then we can bring it back and discuss it, because it
That's
may
what
be
they
a
said.
non-starter if the city says no.
Well, the city's had their chance to say no.
Well, they haven't said anything yet,
They're
but we
waiting
have to
for us
wait.
to say something. So we'll say yes and see what they do.
That's what we did with Chris.
No, I think let's see what the city needs to, it's in their hands now. They had a retreat
Actually, it's in our
yesterday. If they
hands right
survive that, maybe they can get back to us.
They had a retreat yesterday with their new people? Oh.
I don't know if they showed up. It wasn't on their regular meeting schedule. No, I'm being very facetious. I'm hoping they showed up.
Well, so we're not gonna do anything until they,
It says, City of Aspen staff will notify Pitkin County staff when a decision is made.
So and then it may be a non-starter for us.
Let's just say, if they say yes, we'll say yes. How about that?
yeah,
That
that's
work for
fine
you,
with me.
Charlotte?
Can we do that?
Are you okay with that, Steve?
Yeah,
Kelly, are you okay with that?
Sure.
I don't know.
Patty's not okay with it, but it doesn't matter, it's 4-1.
I think I'll
Just
go with
being-
it.
she's just being testy.
Just to confuse you.
Testy with us.
Maybe we should send a note to the city just saying that we.
No, let's just let them.
Okay, go right ahead and do
No,
that.
that might
Note to follow.
spur them to actually.
I think we should put Morgan Boyles on APSHA.
You could write him that note too.
Did
He
you
has
want
a
to keep
choice.
living here,
Let's
Morgan?
give him a choice.
I don't know, but the look his mom was
I
giving him
wonder
at
if
that
he
meeting
felt
the
like he
other
had a
day.
conflict of
Did you
interest
see
or
that?
something because of his parents.
He'd say something, we'd cut her off, and she'd go, like a mother
think
would
that's
look
a
at her son who
possibility?
cut her off. Too funny.
You can always find one if you're looking for one.
Yeah.
All right, next, right?
So just for clarification, you want me to contact the city and say
They,
that
no,
you
they said
approve
they'd
if
contact
approve?
you.
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe
Oh.
that'll light a fire. Johnny, you look unhappy with that.
Who you
No,
gonna
it's
go-
fine. I heard, I wasn't sure what I heard. So yes,
Just
that.
tell them fish
Are
or
we
cut
agreed
bait.
on that, everybody?
Yeah.
I-
Charlotte,
Kelly
do you know,
said yes,
who do you
Steve said yes.
contact?
So
Okay.
we're still
We're good.
in, he was interviewed in May, so it's not all that long ago he was interviewed, so.
But the city was supposed to have
Let 'em
interviewed him
dangle
2 weeks
longer.
ago.
No, I think we've just decided. We're good. Okay, moving right along.
Do you have everything you need, Charlotte?
I will prepare a resolution for the first meeting in June.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Maybe
you
we'll
so
hear from the
much.
city by then. It's June 4th.
And I have no additional open discussion from staff, so it's to the board.
Oh, I had one, just wanted to bring up. I was gonna bring this up and then I forgot about it, and then I see we have a letter to the effect, just recognizing that the CMC's board has decided to govern their mill levy. And I think that's something worth noting and discussing. I think it's great to see a district do that, a significant one like that. Not all districts will decide to, some won't be able to, I guess.
What did they say they would do? What was the word you used?
Well, I said govern because, you know, they're governing the tax increase that would be caused by
Which
their
means that they
mill levy.
will adjust
They'll
it
be
so that it's
adjusting
not
it.
so much.
Right,
Okay,
thank you.
I get
They're
it.
gonna look at a temporary credit.
Temporary mill levy credit.
Right,
Yeah.
and I just think that that's great that they came to that conclusion without any lobbying or anything from our part or anybody else's that I know, but they probably heard them. Maybe they've already been hearing from people.
Well,
But
I was
appreciate that.
approached by somebody who's quite well off, saying that, it's Garfield County, saying that her taxes were going, like doubling to 10,000 or something on a
She wouldn't know what her tax
residential piece
rate
of
is
property.
yet.
They might send out the full bill.
Oh, you know what I think they do?
It was
With an
Garfield.
estimated something.
Yeah. Anyway, and that it was gonna hurt her. But,
I think
but
I'd
she
love to-
said she had also had somebody else talk to her who it really would hurt, that they were just freaked out, this other, she's a single woman and.
For sure,
retired.
we're getting those letters
I have
too.
a suggestion. I don't know if I brought this up. I think I might have run it by John. I was thinking that the BOCC might want to draft a letter. Well, I think we should look at our mill levies we have control over. The ambulance district being one, open space and trails and the library, I think.
So the only two that are debruced, is my understanding, are open space and trails in the ambulance district. The others are falling under revenue
Okay.
restrictions
So if
already.
we only have those two, I think that we should look at those to do a temporary mill levy reduction or credit for the two that we have control over. And I would like us to, at some point, if sooner than later, probably draft a letter that we can send to the other special districts that have the ability to reduce their credit, their mill levy on a temporary basis, and encourage them to reevaluate and give some tax relief.
How are we doing on our assistance for people for whom it's?
Yeah, so we're going to be bringing forward to the board, and I don't have the exact date yet because they're finalizing the program, but we had talked about doing a property tax relief program for vulnerable populations, those on fixed incomes and such. And that's going to be qualified, run through our Human Services Department. So Sam and Chad are working on that along with
Right.
Ann. And what I would recommend, because we are quite a ways off from budget season and really knowing what it is, but as we bring that forward, that kind of sets a base, because if you just rely on temporary mill levy credits to cover the vulnerable populations, you're going to get into kind of a regressive, potentially tax situation, if that makes sense, because the folks
I'm not looking at a temporary mill levy credit just for the vulnerable. I'm looking at it across the board.
No, I understand, and that's
For
what
those
I'm
districts,
what
you're
I'm
saying.
explaining
Yeah.
to you, though, is that in that case, those with the highest property values benefit the most from that strategy, and so I think what we're proposing is look at it as kind of a top end and floor kind of strategy to meet in the middle, so that you're still defraying the costs of government and you still have that opportunity, because you won't be able to drop that mill levy low enough to really hit those vulnerable populations with a temporary mill levy reduction, but you could hurt the services. And so I think it's a yes and is what I'm saying, is that you'll want to set that program up for the most vulnerable,
Right.
and then give temporary mill levy reductions down to the level that still allows you to defray the cost of government, so you're able to provide the services and those
Right,
most
that's what
able
we've
to
done in the
pay
past.
are
We
paying.
did
Yeah.
a fiscal analysis.
But isn't the
and
state
looked at-
going to do that?
Well, and so this is why all of these things are a little bit premature, because we don't know what everyone's feeling the pressure right now because we just got these property assessments. And so a lot of people think, oh my gosh, my property tax bill is going up 85%, and how am I going to live here? Whatever percent their
Whatever they're
property
thinking
values
they're
went up.
seeing.
And that is not how it works, right?
Exactly.
And so you've got the market, which is step one. That's what we've done through the assessor's office, and we're still going to go through
Right.
some appeals processes. And
Understand
then
that.
that's and I'm explaining it for the public
Okay,
now.
I'm
sorry,
That's
Patty,
right.
I'm not, I
No,
know
you're
you've been
looking-
through
he's
this
looking
before.
right at me.
Interrupting him, I'm the public here.
No, but he's
Yeah.
looking right
And-
at me, and I'm like, I
Well,
don't
you're
get
right
that part.
across from me, it's convenient.
She also has to go, so she's
And
like-
then you've got the assessment rate that's multiplied against that market value. And the state is looking at changing that assessment rate. So we still don't know exactly
What
what
they're
that's going to be. And then the assessment rate is multiplied against a mill levy to get to your property tax bill. And a number of the mill levies, every house exists in multiple taxing districts. Some of those taxing districts still operate under revenue restrictions like Tabor, or in our case, Tabor and the Fenton Amendment. And so the maximum that the revenues can go up in those districts, like our general fund, is 5.5%. And so we give those temporary mill levy credits down to that 5.5%. Others, like CMC, for example, went to the voters and got exempted from Tabor. So they've already made a commitment to say, hey, we're only going to allow our property taxes to grow by so much, which is what you're saying, and they'll give a temporary mill levy credit to that level. But what they committed to was a percentage that they've probably already figured will
This is what we can
meet
live
their
off, this is what we do.
Some entities are going to need to get a little bit farther along in their budget process and such to know what that number really is. But I suspect all entities, but I've never seen a assessed valuation go up like it has this year. Closest was probably following the 2007 kind of
So I have a
bubble.
question.
But it's kind of irrelevant if we can only raise the taxes by 5.5%. What does it matter if your evaluation goes up 85%?
It doesn't at that point. For those entities, it doesn't. So, for example, our general fund is not going to impact anyone's tax bill more than 5.5%. We know that.
But CMC is debruced, so
Yeah.
they could,
Right.
what about the hospital? Are they debruced in the fire district and the school district?
We've
don't
got
know.
the list. I haven't committed that one to memory yet, but there are a number of
Probably
districts.
anyone who went to a ballot question in the last 5 years.
Probably debruced,
Yeah.
yeah. And so those are going to be the entities that we'll be having the conversations with. I was hoping that we might shop the property tax relief program for vulnerable populations and get some
Get that out
partners,
the
and
door
then that
first.
provides a little bit more relief. It reduces the pressure to go down below the level that you need to defray
Well,
the
because like
cost
something
of
like our
government.
open space fund, I mean, the voters approved that, and they approved debrucing it. And the property value increases have made it harder for us to do open space protections, So like, I'm like, we have to really make an argument about why would we reduce impact in that fund when, or like, individual contributions to that fund when the actual community impact to it is
We
also
have
suffering.
reduced
Brett,
it in the past,
I mean-
John, would you check into that? I think there was a point in
I just
time
think there's
where
conversations to have.
one tax we reduced. But that's Kelly, I didn't even think of that, but you're right. But
Yeah.
the ambulance district, for example, we might have a little wiggle room.
So for the
And we might have wiggle room with the open space fund, or we might target it towards people that really are gonna get pinched by
Well,
that.
I can already
increase,
tell you what
know?
staff's recommendation would be, for example, on the ambulance district. Open space is a little bit more difficult, but for the ambulance district, we did a pro forma that we based the mill levy on. And we had assumed that assessed values would go up, I think, 20% when we did that. We were being very aggressive.
You wrote it into the
And
ballot.
since they've done more, we know the amounts, and so we'll come back and recommend a temporary mill levy credit down to those amounts that we already spoke to voters about, and that we know will defray the cost of providing the ambulance service. So it's not going to go up 85%. Will it go up some? Yeah, but that's the conversation we had.
I think that's great, because we just gave them a whole bunch of money.
And what we
Open space and-
wrote it into the ballot language, I believe, what we were gonna be looking at for future revenues.
So open
Space and trails, a little bit different, and we did back in, it was actually right after I got here, I'm trying to remember, that I think it was 2011, 2012, we did a temporary mill levy credit, but the conversation was exactly the one that started here, that, hey, we have a mission that significantly includes buying and conserving property. So if property values have gone up,
It's harder
this
for us to buy
much,
properties.
this is how we keep up. And when you give temporary mill levy credits, then you're going to be falling behind that curve. And that was a balance, and that's a conversation that I think we still need to have probably through the budget process. I suspect that there will be some compromise made there as you all do that.
Well, I would like us to light a little bit of a fire underneath the relief program for people who need help, because I think if we can publish that and reduce people's fears, it's going to go a long way.
I agree.
So I would ask that you do that as fast as you can, given that we don't know very much yet. But with some, develop some parameters so that we can publish that and people will say, okay.
I agree.
Yep, and we do have some draft parameters, and we're testing scenarios. So what we have staff doing right now is actually pulling real properties throughout the county and applying this program to it so that we know how it affects folks.
Mm-hmm. It'll be
And then we'll
AMI
bring it
based
to
or
you.
something like that.
It'll be based on poverty level. I believe right now qualification is at 400% of poverty
Okay.
level.
Yeah, that would be great. I think that would really help
Mhm.
a lot. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks. Once again.
I think we could tell everybody in town just to wear a little a button that with the percentage valuation change of their property. Just wear that around because that's the topic of conversation.
You know, it's
But
interesting. It would be
one-upsmanship.
interesting to really see.
The panic is
start to narrow
unbelievable because I've run my numbers, like my taxes they're less than 5,000, which is amazing given how high my property assessed. So if it goes up 5.5%, that's like $250. I mean,
Right.
we
But
really don't need to be panicking quite
For
so
some
much.
districts, it can go up the full amount
I
of
get
that
that.
assessed
I
value.
get
So,
that.
yeah.
But yeah, I'm just saying that it's not going to be catastrophic for the average homeowner. For people of on fixed incomes and stuff.
It will
could
average
be.
to something less, yeah,
Yeah.
a lot less than. But what I would suggest, I think, Patty and Greg, to the letter writing is once we run that.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
That program, then we reach out with that and then talking about that calculation.
And just seek support from the other special districts to giving fair consideration as to what they need, what the community would benefit from by not having them collect 700%.
I mean, I think CMC made a very fair argument. I mean, they said we have healthy finances. It doesn't cost us this additional buffer to provide what we're
thought it was
doing.
great.
You know, we're going to increase it because of inflation and cost of services, but we're not going to just take advantage of that that cushion that we don't need. You know,
agree.
so-
Smart thing
Are
to
they
do.
a special district everywhere? Do they, everywhere they are? Or are they only here and those are just satellite places? That they're other
They get
campuses?
revenue from every place they
I
have a
think,
campus.
yeah, I think their tax district is multiple
Yeah,
counties.
it was like 9 counties or something that.
They brought in
was a harder
Salida the
question,
last time they expanded their district to Salida. I think it was a couple of years ago, or Buena Vista, Salida, I think.
Okay, do we have any other topics? Steve?
So today, at lunch, I met with Lauren in the IT department, and we came up with a final map for an option 5, which she will have copies of that tomorrow when we have our meeting.
Okay.
And I just want to know if any of you, I could send an electronic version to anybody who, if you want to look at it ahead of time, or
Yeah, I'd like to. The last one you sent, I just had a really hard time with.
It was hard to read, but we have to
Yeah,
be
I
careful because
couldn't
it's on
quite
our
figure
agenda
So-
for tomorrow. I'm not sure how much we can talk about the specifics of it today.
Already got
no, I just want to ask if you want me to send you the
I
map
got one
that
and
we
I
came
printed
up
it
with.
out and it came out.
So you can look at it ahead of time, because the rest of the packets, it's not in the packet, it would be an additional information.
Tomorrow is
Send it
our
to Charlotte.
second meeting on this, correct?
Yeah.
We have to call ourselves into a special meeting as the redistricting.
But it's not the decision-making meeting.
No, we have
No.
one more to go.
One more, okay.
And then something else after that and something else after that.
I'll
Steve,
have a
thank
look
you
at
for
it,
doing that
Steve.
work. I appreciate it.
One other thing, or two other things. One is I might be away July 22nd to the 30th.
Well, why didn't you tell us that when we were talking about that?
Because I just got the date
Oh.
5 seconds ago.
Okay.
The second thing is
Will we have
So
a
much
quorum?
for the last 2 weeks
Will
of
we
July.
have,
Yeah,
will
sorry.
we have a quorum? Will we have a quorum, John?
and I haven't decided to go yet, but I've been invited to, so I'm thinking I might.
I'll be gone. He might be gone.
I'll be here.
I'm not sure if I'll attend remotely yet.
When are you going next?
The only
Winter,
date I will be gone is the week of the mountain fair. I will be at the mountain fair.
That's the 30th.
That doesn't affect the
That's the
Tuesday or
28th.
Wednesday.
That's the last weekend of July.
I had one other thing. We took it into our own hands up in Brush Creek Village this week, and we brought in a fire mitigation guy, Mike Unkefer, who works with the Forest Service, former ranger who does a lot of the fire mitigation for Forest Service. And he is doing a big fire mitigation clearing project on my part of Brush Creek Village, my property and my 4 neighbors. And with the hope that it will inspire others to get involved and do the same, and people have started calling because they want to do it as well. And it's going very quickly, and what we're doing is creating zones where the fire will move more slowly, if not be suppressed. And I just wanted to say that that's going to be coming back to us. I know the fire district wants to do more public meetings, and fire mitigation is a hot topic, and it may just come down to being up to the homeowners to bite the bullet and do it in order to try to save their homeowners' insurance. And in Brush Creek, we had that issue. One of my neighbors could not get insurance, and so they've done a great job clearing around her place with his machine that comes in and just grinds stuff up. It'll help improve habitat eventually. We're replanting with seed, wildflower seed and grass seed and native seeds. And I just want to say it's the time to be thinking about that, because it's not always going to be so lush and wet here in a couple more months, and we'll all wish we'd done fire mitigation. So
can I ask if anybody received any contact from Mountain Valley, which is in your district currently, as to their undergrounding their utility lines? John, do you know anything?
Yeah,
I got
there's
that email about it, and
it's a funding request that we'll need to
yeah, can you vet
bring
that a little
back
bit
to you
and bring
guys.
it?
I think, Greg, it did, because I think you forwarded it on.
Yeah.
Jenny Smith sent that,
I have
right?
one more thing,
And I did
too.
thank God I forwarded it, because it slipped past me today. Thank you.
Yeah. So, because, yeah, I'm not sure how we deal with that undergrounding. Not that we're not aware of utility lines going down and starting fires, but
Right.
yeah, they've been talking about undergrounding up there for
As long as we've been talking about fire mitigation.
before.
So what was
actually.
interesting, I told Valerie, I said, hey, Valerie, if you want to come and see what we're doing up here, because it's pretty impressive. They're cutting 4 or 5 acres of brush. And she said, oh, wow, we might, I'm surprised we didn't get a request for funds for that. And I thought, oh, wait a minute, was I supposed to?
But I want to know, did you get a permit to remove all that vegetation?
That is kind of what, we're partnering with neighborhoods to do some of that work.
Right, so maybe we'll come to you for reimbursement.
Ah.
We've got a, as I understand it, I should know, but I don't know exactly, but I think we are doing fire mitigation, we're within our rights to do that on our property.
At some levels.
Too late. You can come out and red tag me.
So I just got 2 calls from 2 different people who live on Horseshoe Drive down in Emma. Have you gotten any phone calls?
Not recently.
They're having their homeowners association board decided to put in a $3.5 million water system upgrade. And there are people there who are going to have to sell their place and move because they can't afford $10,000.
Wow.
They should create a special
a month kind of cost to help pay the thing off, and they didn't get to vote on it, and they are
How does that work?
begging for us to
Joanne?
try to help them somehow solve this issue. And
Well-
so I haven't given them any answer. I said, well, I'll bring it up at the county and see if there's any sort of advice or help or anything that we could give them. It's sort of turned into an HOA fight, really, is what it is.
Jump in on that one.
And those are really difficult to get in the middle of, because we don't have a formal role and we don't have formal authority. and I don't know the situation or what they might qualify for. So it's we may need to take it offline, but you know, I don't know if the HOA you know, had looked at the option of creating districts, leveraging USDA and DOLA funding that is pretty common for water and wastewater projects, you know, through grants and those sorts of things.
Aspen Village, or Lazy Glen did.
Would they maybe
Yeah.
have to be have an election to become a metro district in order to apply for those?
That
kind of funds?
definitely helps. There have been cases where like public entities like the county or the conduit, but then we are kind of responsible for any misappropriation or use or, you know, accounting deficiency of the HOA, which tends to
Jeez, really?
not be in a great position for us
What
to
did
be
we
in.
do at Lazy Glen, though? They got a huge
I
DOLA
wasn't
grant
here.
for their septic system.
Yeah, I wasn't here
They
for that
didn't
one,
create a,
so
they
we,
didn't create a, no, this was just recently.
Yeah,
we may have been a conduit for that one.
So that,
they're just building that right now.
yeah, but that's
So-
just happening.
So
but-
what's the deal now?
We had no.
So well, now I'm remembering one of them's, it was two different gentlemen called me, and they're like they're really desperate. I think
They don't
were-
have any water or what?
No, they have water.
Oh, the people who are gonna get charged
This-
for it.
I think one guy said the board is calling it a special assessment district or something like that.
My board did that when we did our capital, but we got to vote on it. I can't imagine when you have an expenditure like that, you don't get to vote as a member of your HOA unless your HOA covenants don't
Yeah.
provide you with that, which is stupid.
It depends on the HOA decks, yeah.
Your HOA goes AWOL.
So-
Yeah, and you have no recourse.
So
Do people have any recourse from the county on this?
For the HOA, typically not. And those are entities outside of our authority. You know, it's a covenant basically with the property, and so you know, it's something where they may need to seek legal advice or such to look at those HOA declarations. They're all different, and so I don't know if they followed their process or not.
Should I direct them maybe to Alpine Legal Services if they can't afford their own attorney?
Yeah,
That
and
would
they're-
probably be a good
And
place to start.
Have an attorney look at it, look at the HOA bylaws or whatever, and
There's a very specific state statute with governing that shows you what HOAs have to do. It passed the state, I don't know, not like 10 years ago, maybe.
Yeah, there are definitely
specific.
requirements around it.
Noticing, all that kind of stuff.
It's just we're not in an authoritative position on any
Okay.
of that.
Well, I just wrote to Pierre. He's gonna call me on Thursday and we'll talk. I don't know if it'll get us anywhere, but, so what mechanism do they have for collecting funds from people who don't have funds?
Well, you know, it can be a lien on the property or such if they're in
geez,
a violation
really?
of their,
HOAs can put a lien on
yeah.
God,
HOAs
HOAs have
have-
so much power.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Is it just in Colorado?
No, I
No.
think it's universal. It's global. Wasn't that our word of the day?
I think we can be done.
Okay.
All right, tomorrow
Thanks,
noontime,
everyone.
right?
It's actually
Here's
quite a bit
this.
today.
I would-